Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy, Byington. On Friday, July 4th, Democrat, Chinese, and U.S. Communist parties planned nationwide terror attacks in 1,500 U.S. cities to trigger a civil war blamed on Trump. All militaries at DEFCON 1 level prepare for a worldwide blackout. Julian Assange on Telegram, Monday, June 30th, 2025. Pray as if everything depends on God. Work as if everything depends on you. That's a quote from St. Augustine. Judy note, an assassination order against President Donald J. Trump has been declared by the religious decree of Iran's Grand Ayatollah Makarem Shirazi and greenlit by the globalist elite. 17th letter on Telegram. The Democrat, Chinese, and U.S. Communist parties have planned nationwide terror attacks in 1,500 U.S. cities to trigger a civil war blamed on Trump. All militaries were at DEFCON 1 level. Prepare for a worldwide blackout. Julian Assange on Telegram. Julian Assange also said, the Biden regime let in millions of people completely unvetted. There are countless sleeper cells, violent criminals, and hostile enemy combatants within our perimeter. We need to be laser focused on eliminating the threat by any means necessary to ensure security. Trump is securing the perimeter, finishing the wall, conducts mass deportations, uproots the sleeper cell gang networks, and puts in safeguards for the American people. Why? The answer was simple. It's all about money and a quest for power. Trump and the global military alliance was taking away control of the global financial system from the Illuminati and giving the monies back to the people of the earth. At least 6 years ago in 2019, we knew that our banking system was run by the Illuminati, which was highly involved in Satan worship. This was exposed by Dutch banker Ronald Bernard, who had reached the highest levels of the Illuminati, crashed national economies, bankrupt companies, and was an expert at money laundering. Friday, March 1st, 2019. President Donald Trump and the global military alliance knew, too, about the Illuminati control of the U.S. monetary system's fiat U.S. dollar, about the Democrat Party's alliance and the Illuminati that had a goal of completely controlling the peoples of the world. These nations, many from BRICS, OPEC+, Asian, and Africa, will no longer conduct major trade in dollars. Settlements were shifting to gold, bilateral currency deals, and new digital asset platforms. The moment this global switch hits full velocity, dollar demand vanishes, and with it, America's borrowed empire. This is how the system falls. Oil no longer requires dollars. Treasury markets stall. Bonds devalue overnight. Global reserve banks dump U.S. dollars. Inflation surges beyond control. It won't be a crash, it will be an implosion. But behind the scenes, the Trump and the world was preparing. Quiet deals, strategic alliances, now a unified move to end the era of fiat tyranny. On Thursday, June 26, 2025, Trump's Skybreaker protocol went live, erasing the old banking system worldwide. As of 7:30 p.m., Thursday, June 26, all countries, including the U.S., were on their new asset-backed currencies and no longer under control of the Illuminati. As a result, all banking-related debts, including mortgages, loans, and credit cards, were being wiped out permanently. This was a reset, not a bailout. The system was illegal from the start. Income taxes were being abolished. No more IRS raids, no more wage theft. In its place, a 14% flat tax on luxury items only. Food, medicine, housing, untaxed and protected. The IRS has been shut down, its agents reassigned to oversee fair taxation under Treasury authority, not corporate fiat enforcers. The Federal Reserve was gone, its monopoly on money creation has ended. In its place, a gold, silver, and platinum-backed rainbow currency, immune to manipulation and printed theft. Right now, there was a military surge of unified forces in air, land, sea, space, and cyber. They just activated red-level protocols. Covert units are fortifying cities, back roads, and power hubs. They are not training, they are securing quantum redemption nodes for imminent wealth release. And on Friday, July 4th, Trump was expected to announce the global currency reset, the new and free republic, return to original concepts of the Constitution, and restore constitutional law. Admiralty law and secret international courts will be dissolved. New elections within 120 days for all free nations of the world. Global financial news. On Wednesday, June 25th, 2025, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell publicly confirmed in a Senate hearing announcement that the U.S. would now function on asset-backed currency only. Monday, June 30th, 2025, official legal tender. Governor Greg Abbott signs historic Texas law. Gold and silver officially become currency, shocking the financial world. Monday, June 30th, GCR Intel dossier, financial shockwave report. Operation Sandman has begun. QFS on Telegram. It's no longer speculation. It's no longer theory. It's unfolding now. A silent, coordinated economic strike that may go down as the most devastating blow ever dealt to U.S. financial power. Operation Sandman has been triggered, and over 100 nations have quietly agreed to do the unthinkable. Walk away from the U.S. dollar. This is not a protest, this is a takedown. For over 5 decades, the dollar's dominance has been enforced through petrodollar agreements, military leverage, and monetary coercion. The United States printed debt-backed dollars, exported inflation to the rest of the world, and called it economic leadership. But behind the scenes, the world was preparing quiet deals, strategic alliances, and now a unified move to end the era of fiat tyranny. The dollar's demise, the plan in motion. These nations, many from BRICS, OPEC, Asian, and Africa, will no longer conduct major trade in dollars. Settlements are shifting to gold, bilateral currency deals, and new digital asset platforms. The moment this global switch hits full velocity, dollar demand vanishes, and with it, America's borrowed empire. This is how the system falls. Oil no longer requires dollars. Treasury markets stall. Bonds devalue overnight. Global reserve banks dump USD. Inflation surges beyond control. It won't be a crash. It will be an implosion. The dollar doesn't die slowly. Coordinated act of global abandonment. And we are now within days, perhaps hours, of that threshold. Operation Sandman. This silent warhead. Petrodollar demand is the heartbeat of U.S. power. Once removed, trillions of orphan dollars flood back into domestic circulation, annihilating value, decimating savings, and igniting a spiral no central bank can contain. Markets will freeze, retirement accounts will disintegrate, real estate will collapse, the Federal Reserve will lose the last vestiges of credibility. America's wealth, much of it artificial, will evaporate into dust. It is not revenge, it is justice. Trump's response. The counterstrike has already begun. While Biden sleeps under IMF tutelage and the media gaslights the nation, Trump has already positioned a financial counteroffensive. Insiders report a gold-backed U.S. currency is being finalized. The quantum financial system is completing live testing. The IMF and BIS are being locked out of sovereign restructuring. Executive authorities in place to declare economic emergency if required. Trump knows the collapse was engineered, and now he's moving to reclaim control, not just for America, but for every citizen chained to a broken fiat regime. The reset is no longer coming, it's here. The mainstream press won't report this. They'll blame climate, Russia, inflation, or conspiracy. But history will tell the truth, that a global consensus formed, that a silent revolution rose, and that the world turned its back on a currency built on deception. This is the great collapse, and it's also the great reckoning. The counterfeit empire is crumbling, but in its place, something real can arise. Prepare, align, and stand with the one leader who warned us and is now ready to lead the fire. Monday, June 30th, bombshell. Trump unleashes $150 trillion payback operation through Jassara. Edward Snowden on Telegram. The hour has struck. As of June 28th, Trump is activating the largest wealth release in human history. 150 trillion in stolen funds seized from the globalist elite is being returned to we the people through Jassara. This is not theory, this is military economic warfare. And the deep state is losing. For centuries, the cabal drained humanity through fiat slavery, fake taxes, and endless wars. Now the chains are snapping. So-called national endowment is real, a classified fund of gold, minerals, energy reserves, hidden tech hoarded by the CIA, IMF, and Rothschild networks. Trump and his Space Force-backed military alliance are ripping it all back. 50 trillion in untapped oil and gas buried under protected lands, 30 trillion in patents for suppressed energy, 25 trillion in stolen gold stored in BIS shadow vaults, 45 trillion siphoned through IRS income slavery and offshore black ops. Confirmed by insiders like Jim Rickards, this fund is not a myth. It's tracked, cataloged, and now being unfrozen via the quantum financial system, bypassing the Fed entirely. QFS nodes are draining NGO shell fronts, reversing CIA assets, and purging the Rothschilds' banking grid in real time. Jassara tribunals are live in 80-plus nations. UN supply chains are seized. CEOs are fleeing. The BIS is hemorrhaging. The fake Biden regime collapsed in secret tribunals in March. This is not reform. This is reckoning. The cabal's carbon credit slave system was demolished last week. Their global ID plan vaporized. Their climate fund networks being liquidated. The mainstream media dead silent, scripted mockingbirds under NDA, not a whisper about the economic Nuremberg trials now underway. But this storm is here. This is the end of their rule. Trump is not handing out gifts that will obliterate central banks, break financial mind control, and liberate humanity. The 1.1 million per household is just the start. This is a shockwave across every Rothschild, Davos, Gates, and Schwab operation on Earth. The old order is imploding. The real owners are taking it all back, and the war chest just detonated. Get ready. $150 trillion reset is not coming. Monday, June 30th. QFS is on. People's financial freedom is set free. Edward Snowden on Telegram. It's true. The change on Monday, June 30th wasn't just a symbol. It was the moment the chains broke. The quantum financial system is now working. The switch flipped without making a sound, but it changed everything. Right now, all major institutions are running on gold-backed rails, a system built for the people, not the parasites. Keeps track of every transaction. People who know say that debt resets are happening out of the blue, credits are appearing out of nowhere, and countries are racing to sign the gold standard agreement. It's happening. The storm is already rolling behind the scenes. This is the beginning of Nasara Jassara. Not a theory, not a guarantee, not someday. It's happening right now. Forgiving debt is real. Wealth is coming home, and it's not just in the digital world. It's in the spiritual world too. Do you feel the weight go away? Do you feel the air change? People made fun of you. People laughed at you. People called them crazy. But you stuck to your guns, and you were correct. Our movement broke down the walls. When the world bowed down, you stood tall. This win is yours. You don't get too don't get too comfortable. The next step will be confusing. The people who are sleeping will freak out. The lies they believed will hurt them on the way up, and you have to be the calm in their storm, the light in their dark, the truth in their falling apart. Have a party tonight in a quiet way with pride, and don't forget some heroes will never be named, but we honor them with every beat of this victory. The money is coming back to the people. No more work for slaves, no more wars that aren't real, no more power. Now it's time to build, getting better without giving in, spreading peace, truth, and justice. This is not a fantasy. It's time to pay up. Stay on the line, show the lost the way, and always remember, nothing can stop what has begun. The new world is here, and it's ours. Sunday, June 29th, 2025, A to Z RV update. The current theory is that Iraq will publicly announce its new exchange rate on Monday, June 30th, marking a key step in the long-anticipated RV timeline. Reports indicate that U.S. private wealth managers, not redemption center staff, are preparing for client exchanges, with appointments possibly starting Tuesday. Basel III is set to activate Monday night, requiring all banks to be gold and asset-backed. This aligns with Bruce's statements that entities were already asset-backed by Thursday night ahead of the global implementation on July 1st. Some are still expecting a formal asset-backed currency announcement from President Trump, but Jerome Powell publicly confirmed the shift during a Senate hearing on June 25th. The question remains, is a Trump statement still needed, or have Powell's remarks and details within the big beautiful bill already covering it? The June 21st parade seemed to symbolize the end of the U.S. corporation, with Trump receiving a folded flag and reaffirming his oath as commander-in-chief, a sign the military could now be in charge. Then, on June 27th, Trump declared during his presser, "I brought back the Constitution, which many view as the official return of the Republic. The big beautiful bill is key. Over 16 hours were spent reading it in the Senate, including definitions like the scientific definition of a woman." Oh, just shows you how far we've gone. And sections related to foreign currency exchanges and gold-backed assets, both of which align with Basel III, taking effect in the U.S. at midnight Eastern Standard Time Monday. Stay grounded, stay alert. There is plenty of public action happening for us to move forward. It's coming. Our dreams are coming true. Monday, June 30th, breaking. Military Nassar Jassar goes live. 30+1 protocols to collapse the old world and reset humanity. QFS on Telegram. The silence is over. As of June 29th, the hidden blueprint for humanity's liberation has been activated. The military branch of Nassar Jassar has begun executing 31 classified protocols designed to erase debt, collapse globalist institutions, and transfer power back to the people. This is not a theory. It's a controlled demolition of the old world. Over $150 trillion in stolen wealth is being reclaimed. So the IRS is finished, the Federal Reserve is being dismantled, and the quantum ledger system is live, bypassing corrupt structures and executing financial justice in real time. Protocol number 1. All banking-related debts, including mortgages, loans, and credit cards, are being wiped out permanently. This is a reset, not a bailout. The system was illegal from the start. Protocol number 2, income taxes are being abolished. No more IRS raids, no more wage theft. In its place, a 14% flat tax on luxury items only. Food, medicine, housing, untaxed and protected. Protocol number 3, the IRS is shut down. Its agents reassigned to oversee fair taxation under Treasury authority, not corporate fiat enforcers. Protocol number 4, the Federal Reserve is gone. Its monopoly on money creation has ended. In its place, a gold, silver, and platinum-backed rainbow currency immune to manipulation and printed theft. Protocol number 5, constitutional law is restored. Admiralty law and secret international courts are dissolved. U.S. sovereignty is reestablished. Protocol number 6, new elections within 120 days. All previous regimes invalidated. No more stolen votes. Blockchain verified. QFS voting systems are being implemented. Unhackable, trackable, and fair. Protocol number 7, Americans holding foreign allegiance will be stripped of citizenship. Yay! The reinstatement of the title of nobility amendment purges dual loyalty traitors, practically everybody in Congress, and foreign agents embedded in media, tech, and politics. Protocol number 8, national emergencies declared under previous puppet regimes are canceled. Military rule returns to civilian constitutional governance. Protocol number 9, financial privacy is restored. No more tracking, no more spying. Treasury-issued accounts under QFS cannot be accessed by rogue agencies or foreign banks. Protocol number 10, 6,000 plus suppressed patents from free energy to medical breakthroughs are being released. This tech will wipe out the energy monopoly, collapse big pharma, and restore humanity's stolen future. Protocol number 11, humanitarian funding is being deployed. Global projects will be citizen-led, not NGO-controlled. Homelessness, food instability, and educational collapse are being addressed with real wealth and infrastructure. Protocol number 12, redemption of stolen value. ZIM and other sovereign bonds will be honored, portions for personal use, portions for global rebuilding. Protocol number 13, the new QFS voting system, fraud-proof and enforced by military-grade blockchain, becomes the standard. Only verified participants can vote. No more manipulated ballots covering global media purges, UN shutdowns, biotech tribunal indictments, and the dismantling of the BIS and World Bank are in live execution. Jassara is not coming, it's here. The war is almost over. The system built to enslave you is being used to free you. The wealth stolen from generations is coming home, and those who ruled in darkness are being dragged into the light. Stay alert, the final phase has begun. Join for more QFS updates. There's a link. QFS just went live, but not many people are watching it right now. Another link on Telegram, and every drop inside is a code. Every code opens up a part of the plan. You won't find this in public channels or on YouTube breakdowns.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being evenly divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative. The bill as amended is passed.
Monday, June 30th, Beef Company CEO, the climate change argument against cows is garbage and we will not comply. On June 29th, there were 30,000 power outages in Ohio, Penn, California, Georgia, and West Virginia. Reserve power blocks in California, Ohio, and Pennsylvania were moved to be in sync with QFS energy validation hubs. They were planned activation zones for handing over infrastructure. Money gateways from the old grid systems were emptied and sent to gold-backed digital vaults inside the QFS. And Monday, June 30th, Fort Knox exposed what happened to the gold inspection. No audit, no transparency. I think that they announced they were going to do it so that the bankers would put the gold back. It's easier to do that than to go chasing them down. And they're probably still putting it back. Monday, June 30th, 500 years of lies. Secret vault under the Vatican opened after 500 years. It holds terrifying discovery. The lies end here. Video. It's hard to wrap your mind around the corruption. Every single person in the world has had their hand in the U.S. taxpayer piggy bank and been stealing from us. Monday, June 30th, bombshell. Obama war room exposed. GPS data links Iranian agents. Assassination plot and Muslim Brotherhood operatives to D.C. meetings. All roads lead to Obama. June 30th, hidden military operation exposed. Guantanamo Bay expands with 175 plus new structures built for mass arrests of deep state traitors. Monday, June 30th, breaking. GPS data places Zohran Mamdani at Barack Obama's war room twice in just six weeks. Also present were individuals tied to the Muslim Brotherhood and two men believed to be Iranian MOIS operatives, likely connected to IRGC Unit 840. Pepe Deluxe on Telegram. These same operatives previously met with Majid Dasjani Farahani in Venezuela in June 2024. At the exact time, intelligence suggested that there was active discussions about a possible assassination attempt against President Trump. These are not random meetings. These are calculated movements involving people who have already been linked to fake federal agents impersonating DHS, U.S. Marshals, and more, like Aryan Tarazadi and Haider Ali, one with ties to Pakistani intelligence, the other Iranian. Obama's war room isn't fiction. It's located at 2446 Belmont Road Northwest, just minutes from the Islamic Center of Washington, D.C. And that's not a coincidence. That's proximity by design. The truth is this: Barack Obama is still the most powerful man in the Democratic Party, and he's not acting alone. He's running operations, and the media refuses to report a single detail. Monday, June 30th, JFK versus the Khazarian Cabal, the hidden war they tried to erase. Ben Fulford on Telegram. For 60 years, they lied, covered it, but now the truth detonates like a nuclear bomb. John F. Kennedy was not just murdered. He was executed by the Khazarian Mafia for defying their globalist command. He was dismantling their power structure brick by brick, refusing nuclear blackmail from Israel, exposing the CIA's mind control ops, and using back-channel female agents to stop World War III during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Yes, Marilyn Monroe was one of them, not a plaything, a covert asset, and she was terminated by the CIA for it. Another target, Mary Pinchot Meyer, labeled a mistress to discredit her. In truth, she was passing black op intelligence directly to JFK about CIA mind control atrocities. She was shot execution style in Georgetown. That's how they silenced truth. Their motive, JFK rejected Israel's nuclear ambitions, denied Ben-Gurion's demands, crushed the Khazarian Zionist group that triggered the Samson option. A threat to nuke the world of Israel's power is challenged, not just once, twice. First by bullet in Dealey Plaza with 8 sniper nests, not one, then with decades of character assassination, fake mistress stories, psyops, mockingbird media propaganda, lies to bury the memory of the last true American president. The Khazarians expected loyalty after rigging the 1960 election for JFK via the Chicago super mob. But he betrayed them. He gave the most dangerous speech in U.S. history, directly attacking the secret societies and shadow powers. He declared war. They retaliated. JFK knew he was watched 24/7. He knew the full surveillance capabilities of the CIA, NSA, and FBI. His own father was an espionage expert. So why would he risk everything for reckless affairs? He wouldn't. He made it all up to destroy his legacy and warn future leaders what happens when you defy the Khazarian order. JFK's blood still screams from the pavement in Dallas. Every psyop, every smear, every false mistress story is part of the cover-up. This was not a lone gunman. This was a global cabal ensuring the world saw what happens when you cross their new world order. I have some intel from Commander Thor regarding the JFK assassination. I'm going to go ahead and read what he sent me. James Files, a mob hitman for the CIA, was one of 4 shooters at Dealey Plaza. Oswald never fired a shot. The other 2 shooters could not get a clear shot. James Files was on the grassy knoll and the only one with a clear shot, so he took it. Then the Secret Service man in front seat turned around and shot JFK, and his head would go forward, and it didn't, it went backwards. All truth, peace, and much love to you and your families, and may God bless and protect you and your families at all times. Love VT. Thank you, Commander Thor, for that little piece of intel about JFK, and thank you for all that you do for humanity. Monday, June 30th, Trump fires DOJ traitors in midnight purge. J6 prosecutors removed in silent operation. On June 28th, President Trump executed a direct strike against a deep state stronghold inside the DOJ. In a classified midnight operation, 3 top prosecutors behind the J6 witch hunt were fired without warning. No retirement, no headlines, just a signed termination letter invoking Article 2 powers. And this was not politics, this was wartime justice. These prosecutors were not enforcing law. They were enforcing globalist tyranny, weaponizing fake statutes to imprison patriots and crush dissent. They acted under Biden's fake regime, backed by Klaus Schwab's WEF, Soros's NGOs, and foreign intelligence handlers embedded inside Congress. The targets, over 1,500 Americans who dared to protest a stolen election. The charge, 18 U.S. Code 1512C2, a law never intended for protest cases but twisted to criminalize free speech. Many were jailed without trial. Others were denied bail. Some were forced into solitary confinement or denied access to counsel. This was not prosecution, it was persecution. Fired prosecutors include John Crabb, Elizabeth Alloy, Jason McCullough, and Catherine Rakowski, key operatives in the DOJ's takedown of Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro, and dozens of Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and J6 veterans. Their goal was not law and order. It was to manufacture guilt and pin the Capitol chaos on Trump himself. Whistleblowers confirmed these prosecutors tampered with surveillance footage, faked group chats, deleted exculpatory evidence, and offered sentence reductions in exchange for false confessions. They were running a psychological warfare campaign against Trump's base, not enforcing justice but burying the republic. But it failed. Trump held the line. Patriots refused to fold, and now the first dominoes have fallen. The Supreme Court's 2024 ruling striking down 1512C2 shattered the DOJ's legal foundation. Over 300 convictions now face reversal, and Trump is not stopping there. Insiders confirm a full DOJ restructuring is underway. Expect arrests, tribunals, public disclosure. The era of fake justice is ending. Biden's DOJ was funded by global bankers, advised by foreign think tanks, and infiltrated by Five Eyes intelligence. Their mission was simple: criminalize opposition, erase sovereignty, and preserve control over elections, speech, and resistance, and they failed. Military intel units have tracked these prosecutors for years, mapping their encrypted communications, tracing their offshore assets, and documenting coordination with UN-aligned entities. The takedown was long planned. The evidence is overwhelming. This is not just a firing, it's retribution. As of June 28th, Trump is hitting every front. The Fed is being audited, Gitmo has expanded, new charges are being filed against Obama-era officials. The war for America's soul is now in final phase. They thought the people would forget. They thought Trump wouldn't return. They thought fake media would suppress the truth. They were wrong, and now they're being dismantled, one traitor at a time. Stay alert, stay loyal. The purge has begun. Monday, June 30th, you now know why they're so scared. Ben Fulford on Telegram. The collapse is no longer just a financial problem. It's a life or death problem. On June 27th, Operation Tesseract was able to stabilize time. Tesla nodes from Alaska to Antarctica are now all in sync with the Schumann frequency of the planet. What does that mean? It means that the Earth is now in sync with the QFS signal, and all of the fake control grids are falling apart. Skybreaker was just the start. Next is signal flood. During the signal flood phase, memory channels that were previously blocked, personal, ancestral, and planetary, start to wake up again. That's why a lot of you are having vivid dreams, strange body pulses, or sudden bursts of emotion. It's not in your head. It has a lot of energy. The fake lattice that kept your DNA from working is being rewritten. The Vatican's last quantum server, which was in an old Jesuit observatory in Argentina, has been taken. It was found during doing illegal soul loop experiments that linked karmic loops to records of financial debt. The old SWIFT network had these contracts written in code. That network is no longer there. Those debts don't count. In the meantime, big name resignations are about to happen. Secret recordings from diplomatic dinners related to Operation Owlglass show that some G7 officials knew about the biosuppression projects and agreed to DNI gold bonds. EBS will show these recordings, and not even the CIA can get rid of them. The most important thing you should know is your name is no longer a thing. Your strawman identity has already been overwritten by the QFS. The legal fiction that linked your birth certificate to bond markets is no longer there. Every user who accesses their QFS wallet with biometric verification is breaking maritime law, entering true sovereignty under natural law. Yes, the vaults have begun to open softly. Some military-linked nodes have confirmed that wealth synchronization has begun in test areas, but this is only the start. Generational restitution is on the way. The last adjustments are being made to the medbeds. People are taking food replicators out of their boxes in underground shelters. The Tesla towers in Australia and Greenland are also getting ready to move Earth into zero-point harmonic. The final phase has begun. Nationwide military operations are now in motion. 50,000 elite troops mobilized for EBS lockdown, followed by 10 days of communication darkness during mass arrests. Quantum Financial System on Telegram, Friday, June 27th. Judy note, Flag Day, Saturday, June 14th, the 250th year celebration of the U.S. Army was in reality a military operation where around 80 treasonous members of Congress were arrested and put on military helicopters that flew over the military parade on their way to Gitmo and military tribunals. What we think we know as of Saturday, June 28th. The 4th of July 2025 is a deadline set by law when the restoration of the Republic is irrevocable. Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Trump to announce America's return to concepts of the original Constitution on Independence Day, July 4th, 2025. The cabal-owned private corporation of U.S. Inc. that has illegally controlled U.S. taxpayer monies since 1918 has been dissolved. Their privately owned IRS and Federal Reserve were going down. Trump announces the second Declaration of Independence. Julian Assange requests a private meeting with President Trump. Let me speak. I have more to reveal. Gates, BlackRock, and Nestle moved to seize control of America's water supply. 10 Days of Darkness and EBS activation. Thursday, June 26th. The final phase has begun. Nationwide operations now in motion. 50,000 elite troops mobilized for EBS lockdown. Expect 10 days of communication darkness during the mass arrests. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. By Monday, June 30th, the EBS alert should start after Operation Tesseract has completed syncing Tesla energy relays with the QFS time lock grid. Friday, June 27th, EBS, the moment we've been waiting for. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. U.S. military alert. All military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. Emergency services will stay active, but everything else is about to go dark. During this time, no internet, no ATMs and phones, only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker. The emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests. Will play 3 times a day. The truth will be unleashed. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce, gone. A new age is coming. Friday, June 27th, EBS transmission number 001, Project Perseus at 6 o'clock UTC broadcast began. Military tribunals recorded between 2020 and 2024. Tucker Carlson on Telegram. Names they said could never fall. John Brennan, Klaus Schwab, Christine Lagarde, Hillary Clinton, Yuval Harari, charged with crimes against humanity. Verdicts sealed, then executed. What followed stunned even insiders. Live feed from beneath the Vatican. Stolen gold, missing children's remains. Ritual altars. This is no longer theory. This is documented evidence. Starlink override. Mockingbird system destroyed. At 1:57, CNN, BBC, MSNBC went black. All satellite uplinks overridden. Starlink AI command Prometheus assumed full control of global bandwidth, now rerouting signals through QFS verified white hat relays. No more distortion, no more spin, just truth, direct and surgical. Phase 2. The storm goes global. Mass arrests now unfolding in Canada, France, Germany, Japan, Australia. Over 9,400 deep state assets neutralized in the last 72 hours. Bankers, AI architects, biowarfare scientists. The bioterror campaigns masked as public health have been exposed and shut down. Quantum verified intel drops confirm. The World Economic Forum pre-scripted lockdowns, food collapses, and climate emergencies years in advance. Their coordination, global. Their goal, genocide. QFS Phase 2, wealth liberation has begun. The quantum financial system is now fully live. Gold-backed digital funds are being funneled into biometrically cleared accounts. Redemption appointments have started issuing across nodes in North America, Europe, and Southeast Asia. Eligible citizens are receiving full debt erasure, currency revaluation, quantum ID issuance, sovereign inheritance packages. Over 84 trillion in seized cabal assets are being distributed via consciousness renaissance, protocols, and national density maps. Coming broadcasts, Antarctica-based footage, hybrids plus interdimensional tech, confessions from synthetic clones in government, recovered Montauk plus Area 51 documents, time distortion fields, live testimonies from rescued children, now protected and ready to speak. EBS and 10 Days of Darkness. Ben Fulford on Telegram. Global military checkpoints to enforce Nasara Jasara during 10 days of darkness. Warning, 700,000 indictments made public, and arrests are already happening. EBS documentaries and activating QFS. The storm is here, and there's no way to stop what's coming. Every step has been planned. The Global Military Alliance is now ready to take down the corrupt power structures that have kept people down for too long. This is not how things usually go. Military actions are happening right in front of us. And for this important mission, high-ranking generals who are experts in psychological and cyber warfare have been called back to duty within their own borders. They have special forces like Navy SEALs, Delta Force, and the British SAS ready to take out important cabal operatives. This is a global takedown that is happening in more than 100 countries. These moves are very precise and go right to the heart of the cabal's leadership. The EBS, or Emergency Broadcast System, is coming, and it will change everything. A worldwide communication blackout is about to happen. It's not enough to just stop the cabal from working together. We also need to build a secure quantum internet that they can't mess with. There will be a new internet that doesn't have any backdoors or spying. Military forces have taken over satellites, which will make sure that global communication is shut down when the time comes. The quantum financial system is moving. It's not just a financial reset. It's the end of the cabal's control over money. People are finding out about secret bank accounts, offshore havens, and illegal wealth. The world is moving to a new credit-based system that will end debt slavery. As a result, trillions of dollars in assets are being taken. Picture this. You wake up and all your debts, mortgages, student loans, and credit cards are gone. This isn't just a guess. It's happening right now. EBS broadcasts will show the most horrible truths. Get ready for documentaries that show the cabal's most horrible crimes, like human trafficking and ritual abuse. People who blew the whistle on this have put their lives on the line. The EBS will broadcast non-stop, bringing these news stories directly to the people. The world will see high-profile arrests and trials. Everyone will be able to see the crimes of the rich and powerful. There are a lot of arrests going on around the world. There have been more than 700,000 indictments, and people are being arrested. High-ranking officials are taken in the middle of the night. Private jets are grounded, and passports are taken. This isn't just happening in the U.S. It's happening all over the world. No part of the world is safe for those guilty of treason. Not Europe, Asia, Africa, or the Middle East. The end is near. Get ready now. Follow the EBS instructions. Stay alert and get ready for what's coming. The cabal is in a lot of trouble, and they will try to spread false information and cause trouble. But keep in mind that nothing can stop what's coming. We're seeing the big awakening. A new world is coming up, and the old one is ending. Stay strong, stay together, and have faith in the plan. You are the storm. According to Alex Jones, there was total proof that Antifa was run by the CIA and was planning to launch a nationwide insurrection using the No Kings Front group on Saturday, June 14th. The bottom line was that the deep state was attempting to run a CIA regime change operation in the U.S. to try to stop Trump from saving America. As always, Trump was several hundred steps ahead. On Tuesday, June 10th, Trump, the Global Military Alliance, and BRICS nations took control of the deep state globalist quest for power over people of the earth. Military raids in Ukraine, the U.S., and beneath the Vatican tunnels, bioweapon labs, black ops financing off-ledger accounts, and generations of global wealth theft. As deep state networks are neutralized into underground bases and foreign strongholds, the QFS is intercepting every financial transaction, freezing illicit funds, and redirecting stolen wealth back to the people. Starlink's classified AI, codenamed Prometheus, is now operating the QFS's eyes and ears. Every corrupt communication is intercepted. The deep state has lost its money, its networks, and its future. The final straw for Trump came when Al-Qaeda publicly encouraged U.S. Muslims to wage jihad and assassinate Trump, Vance, and Musk, plus 200 Democrat-backed NGOs plan to launch coordinated Antifa attacks on 1,500 U.S. cities on Saturday, June 4th, Trump's birthday, Flag Day, and the 250th celebration of the military. All was in coordination with that U.S. Army 250th anniversary military parade in Washington, D.C. that celebrated America's return to concepts of the original Constitution and the new Republic. The fall of the deep state globalist cabal had already been accomplished through last week's activation of the global currency reset of 209 nations' gold asset-backed currencies. Wars and rumors of wars. Friday, June 27th. Breaking military intel. The sky is not normal. Aerial refuelers signal wartime deployment. Matt Wallace on Telegram. The United States has quietly activated its airborne gas stations. Mass deployment of KC-135 Strato tankers and KC-46 Pegasus units launched last night from multiple Air Force bases. No drills, no statements, no coincidences. When the tankers fly, war prep begins. Flight trackers confirm synchronized takeoffs across key bases, concentrated in the Northeast. These tankers don't fly unless America is preparing for sustained air dominance. Their mission: extend the reach of stealth bombers, ISR, electronic warfare, close air support, and drone swarms. The target is east. Open source data shows a clear vector. Transatlantic routes toward Europe, Ukraine, Baltic Sea, Mediterranean, Middle East, Arctic corridors. Every hot zone lit up, every escalation theater activated. No public statements, total blackout. The Pentagon is silent. The Joint Chiefs are silent. The media is gagged. This is not training. This is not bluffing. This is operational war footing. We've seen this exact silence before. Desert Shield, 1990. Kosovo, 1999, and Libya, 2011. Every time it started with refueling tankers, every time the public was kept blind. The KC-135 and KC-46. The Invisible War Machine, KC-135, operational since 1957. Global aerial refueling, 1,500 plus mile range. KC-46, next generation multi-purpose tanker. Drone compatibility, encrypted comms, satellite linked, built for high conflict zones. When logistics move, the truth is exposed. Diplomacy can lie, press can spin, logistics do not lie. Tanker launches mean the chessboard is active. Mobilization is happening. The orders have been given. Watch for escalation signs. Civilian air corridors over NATO airspace shutting down. AWACS, Reapers, B-2s, F-35s joining formations, and carrier strike groups repositioning. Drone activity over Ukraine, Syria, Poland. The clock is ticking. The storm builds.
The Middle East is about to pop off and something big is brewing. The United States just ordered embassy personnel and military families to evacuate Iraq. CENTCOM bases are activating emergency protocols. And why is this all happening? Well, I guess the nuclear talks with Iran have collapsed. Tehran's calling negotiations a strategic trap, demanding permanent sanction relief while reinforcing underground nuclear sites. This isn't peacekeeping, it's war prepping, folks, and it gets worse. Iran's defense minister just warned they have access to U.S. bases and will strike if provoked. Meanwhile, satellite intel says Israel may be gearing up to bomb Iran's nuclear facilities. You feel that? That's tension. That's the spark before the fire. America's military isn't just watching. We're pulling people out, repositioning, and preparing. Iran's bunkering in. The United States and Israel are posturing.
Friday, June 27th, leaked. Zionist handlers behind Guam's secret biolabs. Khomeini's inner circle and Israeli deep state preparing emergency extraction to Russia. John F. Kennedy, Jr. No more illusions. What's collapsing is not just Iran's regime. It's both sides of the same deep state coin. Tehran and Tel Aviv. For decades, they staged fake wars, funded both sides, and sacrificed millions to keep power centralized in elite hands. But now the board is flipping. Ali Asghar Hijazi, top aide to Khomeini, is in secret talks with Russia for emergency evacuation. His bags are packed. He knows Trump's alliance is closing in, not with bombs, but indictments, satellite proof and sealed Gitmo files. Other regime loyalists already securing extraction plans. They know it's coming. The Ayatollah is not anti-imperialist. He's a Rothschild asset installed to stage false flags, control oil, and keep the region burning. Tel Aviv, just as guilty. Mossad operatives tied to Epstein's global blackmail ring, laundering elite funds from D.C. to Tehran. Friday, June 27th, 2025, JAG hangs 16 CDC traitors. Real Raw News. Friday, June 27th, ex-FBI Director Wray referred for criminal prosecution related to the 2020 voter fraud. Truth Press. Thursday, June 26th, Senator Kennedy in congressional hearing. Do we give money to Fox? Do we give money to Politico? Then why are we giving money to public broadcasting? Why? We're $36 trillion in the hole. Friday, June 27th, breaking alert, Gates, BlackRock, and Nestle moved to seize control of America's water supply and control the water control. Friday, June 27th, Shadow of Ezra on X. Marjorie Taylor Greene just dropped a bombshell on Tucker Carlson, claiming members of Congress are essentially forced to pledge loyalty to Israel. According to her, lawmakers are expected to constantly declare that Israel is our greatest ally and publicly show their support. Friday, June 27th, Trump makes reset agreement with China. Friday, June 27th, FBI Director Kash Patel in 2020, facts about the Chinese Communist Party, election interference were buried by FBI leadership for political convenience. Thanks to relentless oversight from Chuck Grassley and the hard work of our FBI team, the truth is finally coming to light. And Friday, June 27th, the real war is just beginning. It says, ex-CIA agent, the real war is just beginning, Andrew Bustamante. Video. President Trump. The one big beautiful bill will secure our borders, turbocharge our economy, and bring back the American dream. This is the ultimate codification of our agenda to very simply make America great again. And just a side note, remember Charlie Ward has said previously in this report that it also includes the GCR. Thursday, June 26th, Bill Clinton says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been eager to go to war with Iran for years, claiming it helps him stay in power. Clinton says he hopes President Trump can calm the situation without dragging the United States into another forever war. Clinton maintains that Iran should never be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. President Trump on Telegram. Friday, June 27th, it's confirmed. Those involved with the Biden auto pen scandal will meet in a closed-door meeting with Congress. The whole thing done in secret. Remember, Peter Doocy found only one signature may have actually been signed by Biden in 4 years. The FBI should have arrested them all. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Friday, June 27th, the Muslims aren't even hiding it, or why we Americans can't afford to have Muslim organizations on our college campuses nor Muslim communities in our states. What we as Muslims want to implement here in the United States, we believe the Constitution should be replaced by the Quran. Oh, yeah. See, if you're not for the Constitution, you should not have citizenship here. Because any other form, like communism or replaced by the Quran here, then the Constitution doesn't exist anymore if you do that. And the Constitution is the law of the land. So if you go against the Constitution with any kind of political philosophy or belief about communism and socialism, Marxism, whatever, then you should be, if that's your thing, then you should not be a citizen of this country because you're dangerous. You're dangerous to everybody here. First move that I will do, I will abolish the Constitution. I will establish the only logical, rational Constitution, which is the Quran and the Sunnah of Rasul Allah, blah, 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 blah. When it comes to spreading Islam on a state level, on a societal level, the method prescribed is jihad. Allah has prescribed that the ones who don't accept the ruling of Islam, they must be fought. See, these are radical religious fanatics. And we can't have that here. That's just not allowed. That's illegal. Friday, June 27th, bombshell first time expose, the hidden war between the Syrian cabal and JFK. And Friday, June 27th, just in, Trump obliterates the IRS death tax, says America's family farms from generational land theft. The land stays in the family forever. Friday, June 27th, huge breaking. June 27th, Supreme Court rules birthright citizenship is not automatic. a historic victory for national sovereignty and the American people. Friday, June 27th, Benjamin Fulford on Telegram. On Saturday, July 5th, a geomagnetic storm was expected to trigger power, satellite blackouts. Israeli airstrikes threatens World War III. North Carolina disaster, the Biden-Harris FEMA ordered a stand down on aid to victims while thousands in need of water, food, and FEMA refusing volunteer help and not distributing what they have while threatening to arrest rescuers. Deep State BlackRock confiscating North Carolina properties, feds kicking owners out, and zero balances in Bank of America customer accounts. That's scary. Friday, June 27th. Assange is back and he wants Trump. Let me speak. I'm not done. Julian Assange on Telegram. He survived solitary psyops and a decade of silencing. But now Julian Assange is free, and his first move isn't toward a microphone, it's toward President Donald J. Trump. Let me speak, he's reportedly said. I have more to reveal. What comes next could be the final blow to the deep state. Files, names, evidence, and vengeance. They called him a hacker, a threat, a criminal. But he was always something else entirely, a witness, a digital ghost who watched the entire machinery of betrayal operate from the inside. And now the man who exposed war crimes, CIA spyware, and rigged elections wants to meet with the only president who did not fear him. No cameras, no media, no politics, just truth. Assange doesn't trust the DOJ, the courts, or the press. He's watched how they operate, how they lied, how they sold out. And that's why his request is clear. A private meeting with Trump, the man who was spied on, sabotaged, framed, betrayed by the same people Julian once exposed. What does he hold, according to sources close to the matter? NSA backdoor programs used on U.S. citizens, CIA contracts tied to DNC digital psyops, blacklists, surveillance orders, and falsified intelligence, secret agreements from the Obama era to shield foreign operatives. The exact names of traitors who ordered surveillance on Trump's campaign, and that's just what's confirmed. Assange's history is the swamp's nightmare. The DNC leaks exposed 2016 election rigging. Podesta's emails revealed a globalist web few dared to acknowledge. Vault 7 shattered the illusion of privacy. Clinton's campaign was torn apart by documented corruption. Julian did not choose sides. He revealed the truth, and that's what made him dangerous. Now imagine this. Trump opens the door, Assange walks in, no filters, no edits, just the facts. What happens next? Capitol Hill trembles. The media panics. DOJ lawyers rush to block the fallout. Brennan, Clapper, Comey, all eyes dart back to their sealed records, because this time Assange isn't behind bars. He's not in a cage. He's watching and ready. This is not about ideology. It's about reckoning. The files, the names, the deals, it's all still there. Hidden, protected, but not for long. Julian Assange remembers everything. Trump never stopped fighting. And the traitors, they're out of places to run. Friday, June 27th, global collapse, the end of their empire, and the awakening of humanity. Julian Assange on Telegram. The imperial system is crashing. For 400 years, a satanic deep state cabal has ruled the world through war, debt, division, and psychological slavery. Under Trump, the counterstrike has begun. This is not politics. This is a takedown. The media panic is scripted. The fall is real. The rise is unstoppable. What we're witnessing is not a shift. It's the death of a borderless empire built on mind control and war. The global order was never governance. It was digital chains wrapped in propaganda. Every war, every crash, every leader installed was another ritual of submission. They wore masks, kings, bankers, NGOs, progressives, but the goal never changed: enslave the soul and rewrite the mind and erase the truth. Nobody stopped them until now. Their final card, mass psyops. Their tools now: weaponized media, algorithmic hypnosis, industrial fear. Every scroll, headline, and crisis is a calibrated strike. The point isn't chaos, it's exhaustion. They don't want you dead, they want you numb. The battlefield is psychological. This is fifth generation warfare. The plan they hid for centuries failed. The imperialists spent centuries building a global illusion of freedom while tightening the noose. Surveillance for safety, debt as democracy, but what they never foresaw was a resistance forged by fire, not institutions. Trump detonated their timelines. Military patriots took control and central banks were hacked. The media grid was infiltrated. It was a Hail Mary, and now they're pushing for World War III because they're out of moves. This is not politics, this is survival. Forget left and right. This is predator versus people. A system built on endless war, endless debt, endless division, endless lies, crumbling in real time. And they can't stop it because we're not playing their game anymore. The future belongs to the awakened. This war is not in the news, it's in you. Every choice, every word, every moment of clarity is a bullet through their illusion. The future we are building is not digital enslavement, it's family. It's sovereignty, it's truth, it's fire, and above all, it protects the children. You are the variable they can't control. This is the end of their story. The machine is bleeding, the clock is broken. Hold the line, never bow. Welcome to the storm. Friday, June 27th. When Trump went to the Middle East, he secured trillions in investments from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE. 17th letter. The mainstream media said it was a bribe. I think Trump was able to secure those deals in exchange for eliminating Iran's nuclear threat to the region. The deal was already made. Trump and Israel were not the only ones who did not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. All the nations of the region wanted it too, and that's why Trump has such a great relationship with bin Salman and why Trump is so beloved by the leaders of the region. Oh, just a side note. He has a great relationship with bin Salman because bin Salman credits Trump with saving his life at the Las Vegas. There was an assassination attempt on bin Salman, and Trump thwarted that. Also, Qatar did not give Trump the new AF-1 plane as a bribe. It was a gift for bringing stability to the Middle East and eliminating the threat of the deep state proxy Iran. We as the public just did not know it yet. The war was won before it began. So I think behind the scenes, this is just my opinion, I think there's regime change going on inside of Iran. You had the old system that was run by the CIA, and then you have a new government that's democratically run, that's representative of the people, coming to the forefront. And the same thing may be happening in Israel as well. Just behind the scenes. There's lots of things happening behind the scenes. And the bombing in Iran wasn't just about taking out nuclear sites. From my understanding, there's dumbs deep underneath there. It has to do with child trafficking and other things. So there was a lot more to that as well. Just like everything we see on the surface, there's so much more going on underneath. Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Trump to announce America's return to concepts of the original Constitution on Independence Day, July 4th, 2025. Cabal-owned U.S. Inc. has been dissolved. 1776 will be reloaded. Trump announces the second Declaration of Independence. America is a nation of free, sovereign people under God. The rights of people come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God. President John F. Kennedy. Judy note, 1776 reloaded. Trump's second Declaration of Independence. Julian Assange on Telegram. What began in 1776 with ink and courage is now being completed in 2025 with classified evidence, military coordination, and the will of the people. President Trump has initiated the second Declaration of Independence, not from a king, but from a cabal, not to form a new nation, but to restore the one that was stolen. The truth is no longer hidden. In 1871, while America was broken by civil war and drowning in debt, a foreign alliance of European bankers struck a deal with Congress. Financial rescue in exchange for full administrative control. The United States Corporation was born, privately owned, headquartered in D.C., and operating outside the Constitution. Since then, every president except a few served as CEO of this corporation. The Constitution was quietly replaced with a corporate facsimile. Senators, once appointed by state legislatures, became political salesmen. The IRS was born. Income tax was imposed, and the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 placed America's currency under the control of private central banks. By 1933, the U.S. declared bankruptcy. Roosevelt, acting as corporate trustee, signed over the assets of the people, including their labor, property, and future earnings. Every citizen became a corporate asset, collateral to foreign shareholders. Your birth certificate became a bond, your social security number a tracking code. The United States became a franchise of global financiers in London, the Vatican, and the Crown. They infiltrated schools, media, and government. They rewrote history. They told you America was a democracy, not a constitutional republic. They installed laws in all caps. They made your states into corporate entities, and they used wars, crises, inflation, and fear to expand their control. But now the veil is lifting. Trump's second declaration is a formal rejection of every foreign claim on American soil, labor, and destiny. The military is no longer protecting the corporate shell. It is standing behind the original Constitution. The quantum financial system is already live. The gold has been reclaimed. The fraudulent debt is being erased. And every attempt to block this reset is being treated as treason. This is not about left or right. It's about freedom or slavery. The theft of 1871 is being reversed. The Federal Reserve is being dismantled. The IRS is being shut down. The media propaganda machine has been decapitated. And July 4th, 2025 marks not just a celebration, but a re-declaration. America is not a corporation. America is a nation of free, sovereign people under God. The Republic has returned. Thursday, June 26th. The night the clocks blinked was the night humanity reset. Mr. Poole on Telegram. At 5:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, final confirmation codes were transmitted through the QFS lattice, a secure trinity of nodes from Mount Cheyenne, St. Petersburg, and Ulura reported zero interference. The system is sealed. The future is locked. The banks you once feared, gone. Chains of credit slavery snapped. In their place, a living system encrypted by light, responding only to heart frequency and truth. Documents declassified at Gitmo confirm that the United States has been operating under emergency military governance since 2021. Trump never left. He entered a higher command. Now the real republic is returning. Every major capital is on alert, while London, the Vatican, and Brussels have been stripped of diplomatic shields. Special forces are moving in under EBS cover. The age of deception has collapsed. The age of sovereignty has risen. Welcome to the other side of the storm. Wednesday, June 25th, Operation White Swan goes live. Gitmo expands, QFS seizes global funds, deep state insurrection in LA, and final EBS prep begins. QFS on Telegram. As of June 25th, Operation White Swan has officially entered its final and most aggressive phase. What began as a covert mission is now unfolding in the open. Under President Donald J. Trump's command, the Earth Alliance is targeting the final bastions of deep state control, financial systems, biowarfare labs, cloning facilities, and political strongholds. The global reset is no longer theoretical, it's active and irreversible. JASARA implementation is accelerating with military precision. The quantum financial system has seized control from legacy banking institutions, freezing over $89 trillion in illicit deep state holdings, offshore accounts, Vatican gold reserves, and IMF-led black funds are being dismantled. These assets are now being rerouted into sovereign quantum vaults for global redistribution, ushering in debt forgiveness, asset-backed currencies, and the legal dismantling of the IRS. Pentagon sources confirm that global tax treaties are being rewritten as military economic units finalize audits across 144 nations. The dissolution of the Federal Reserve is nearly complete. At Guantanamo Bay, new subterranean tribunal wings are now operational. High-value detainees ranging from globalist financiers to human experimentation architects are being processed under classified JAG protocols. Confessions have exposed horrifying programs, lunar-based cloning labs active until mid-2023, and FEMA-administered biodistribution networks disguised as aid. Trump's military intercepted an attempt by Biden-linked handlers to breach QFS biometric firewalls using Swiss backdoors, an act of high treason. Meanwhile, Los Angeles has become a flashpoint. What the media calls civil unrest is in fact a deep state insurrection engineered by globalists, NGOs, and foreign-backed operatives. Riot coordination has been traced to encrypted networks funded by Soros-linked entities and routed through offshore servers in Brussels and Zurich. Cartel enforcers disguised as asylum seekers were pre-positioned across sanctuary corridors weeks in advance. In response, over 4,000 Marines and National Guard troops have been deployed. Military airspace is sealed. Tactical operations are clearing out embedded assets. California's executive branch is now under federal investigation for accepting foreign aid to maintain sanctuary jurisdictions. As of June 8th, Directive Omega was launched, collapsing SWIFT and placing 97% of global finance under surveillance. Vatican crypto channels, Shanghai's digital nodes, and BlackRock towers in Berlin are locked. Tesla-linked QFS vaults have moved into final configuration. Files containing evidence of weather manipulation, child trafficking, and political blackmail are queued for public release during the emergency broadcast system rollout. The countdown is tightening. Signal uplinks at NORAD are live. National Guard deployments span 30 major cities. Mastering QFS means understanding how to open your account, transfer your funds, and navigate the new financial system that is replacing traditional banking. Quantum financial system is not just a technical innovation, but a complete transformation of how the global economy operates. It is built on quantum technology that offers maximum security, unmatched speed, and full transparency for every transaction. Unlike outdated banking systems that are slow, expensive, and vulnerable to cyber attacks, the QFS protects your financial data through advanced encryption. Every transaction is automatically recorded on a distributed ledger, meaning there are no hidden fees and no space for manipulation. You can access your account at any time from anywhere in the world without relying on banking hours or third-party approval. Transferring funds into QFS is simple and fast. There are no middlemen, no waiting days for international transactions, and no complex bank procedures. Once your QFS account is activated, your money moves instantly and securely under your direct control. This is not just a system change, it is a shift toward financial freedom, where individuals are empowered, banking is honest, and the future is no longer tied to corrupt institutions. With QFS, you are not just keeping up with technology, you are stepping into a new era where you own your value and your future. Restored Republic. Judy note, on Thursday, June 26, 2025, the great big beautiful bill barely passed Congress with a one-vote difference, 215 to 214. It now must pass the Senate. Trump has given the Senate until July 4th to get it passed, or he will reveal the corruption of those who oppose the bill and the real reasons why they wouldn't vote for the bill. Some politicians don't like the bill because it completes the closure of the IRS and Federal Reserve, which was already ruined by Trump's global military alliance reclamation of U.S. gold stored in Asia and Europe. This money was being money laundered back to certain politicians to keep the deep state elite's hold on the fiat U.S. taxpayer dollar within their power. The new quantum financial system, which is now gold-backed, has seized and returned more than $17 trillion worth of stolen gold to safe U.S. depositories. America's new financial system is supported by this gold, and activation of the global currency reset of 209 countries has eliminated the fiat U.S. dollar, will erase illegitimate debt of the people, and shut down the independently owned by deep state global elite, foreign bankers, IRS, and Federal Reserve. Thursday, June 26, Trump just abolished the IRS, the $150 trillion strike that ended a century of enslavement. QFS on Telegram. The day has come. As of June 26, the IRS is officially being dismantled under direct executive order by President Donald J. Trump, not as a policy shift, but as a military-backed strike on the financial heart of the deep state. The income tax was never about national infrastructure, it was about control. For over a century, the IRS acted as the private collection agency for foreign bankers, intelligence networks, and unelected elites. That system is now collapsing. Trump's mission was never reform. It was removal. By terminating the IRS, he's executing a long-planned operation. Institutions. $150 trillion in elite offshore wealth has already been seized. Formerly untouchable assets from Rothschild intermediaries, IMF insiders, and WEF operatives are being funneled into sovereign accounts. Silent tribunals have begun. Military intelligence confirmed encrypted financial panic out of Brussels and Geneva. They know the walls are closing in. Behind the scenes, a new financial structure has already replaced the old. Quantum financial system nodes are now overriding SWIFT in real time. And that's why banks are experiencing glitches, frozen cards, and transaction delays. It's not a bug, it's the transition. Tariffs are no longer about trade, they are strategic weapons, draining hostile nations and corrupt corporations while protecting U.S. wealth. Chinese firms, Vatican funds, UN subsidiaries are being cut off or forced to pay just to function. Wednesday, June 25th, breaking. Trump directs Congress to approve the final bill, causing widespread panic and mass arrests before July 4th. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Trump is not inquiring, he has authority. President Donald J. Trump publicly ordered Congress to deliver the great, big, beautiful bill before Independence Day. No more postponements, no more haggling. The American Republic will be restored, globalist power structures will be overthrown, and traitors will be exposed by this bill, which is the last blow, a constitutional explosion. Politics is not at play here. This is a legislative war. Wars abroad are over. Trafficking networks were taken down. Black sites for NATO were eliminated. Black-bagged CIA rogue assets, covert white hat operations, destroyed puppet regimes in the Middle East, Africa, and Ukraine. The battlefield is now in Washington, D.C. The bill completes the Federal Reserve's demise, which was already ruined by military gold reclamation in Asia and Europe. QFS has seized and returned more than $17 trillion worth of stolen gold to safe U.S. depositories. America's new financial system, which will eliminate fiat money, erase illegitimate debt, and shut down the IRS, will be supported by this gold. Trump has made it clear that Congress must take action or face consequences. The NSA has a year's worth of intercepted communications, including senators connected to biolab kickbacks, Epstein Island blackmail, foreign handlers, and NGO laundering. The military is in charge of the intelligence. Under emergency declassification procedures, any member who opposes the bill will be exposed in a public tribunal. Months ago, Project Mockingbird fell apart behind the scenes. They removed more than 270 CIA media agents. The remnants of their handlers have silenced the mainstream media. This is not governing. This is the last operation. The bill's reported contents include interest on credit card debt linked to fiat currency being erased, income tax elimination, and a switch back to tariff-based income. The Quantum Access Card is legally recognized for citizen access to QFS. CDC and DHS. Weather warfare patents, HARP, chemtrails, and scalar systems have been declassified. Official criticism of the influence of the WHO and WEF on American health policy. The elites are most afraid of complete exposure. It has been weeks since we last saw Christine Lagarde. Since a white hat attack on a Black Forest server compound, Klaus Schwab has not been back in Davos. According to reports, Macron is on trial for attacking French citizens with biological weapons. Foreign agents are swarming D.C. to undermine this bill, not to defend democracy. Intelligence confirms an attempt to destroy secure digital drafts by Senate aides connected to Soros. One was arrested without bail after being apprehended beneath the Capitol. The 4th of July is not a symbolic day. It's the deadline set by law. At that point, the restoration of the Republic is irrevocable. After the dissolution of the foreign-controlled U.S. corporation in 1871, the constitutional organic republic regains its authority. The system is not reformed by Trump's bill. The parasite is eliminated. The last phase is active. The infrastructure is constructed. The gold is safe. The public is aware, and the military is on the same page. Congress must now decide whether to approve the bill or face national scrutiny. Trump will not wait. He has already taken back control, and the consequences will not be concealed this time. It will be broadcast on television. Thursday, June 26th, the final bill activates QFS and destroys the deep state. QFS on Telegram. Trump is done negotiating. On Tuesday, June 24th at exactly 5:07 p.m., he issued the most important command of his presidency: deliver the final bill by July 4th or be exposed as traitors to the Republic. This is not legislation. It's the trigger protocol of a military-level operation that ends the financial enslavement, dissolves the foreign-controlled U.S. corporation, and returns power to the people through the quantum financial. $10 trillion in stolen reserves have been seized from offshore central banks and transported via encrypted military corridors to underground vaults on U.S. soil. All of it's now under QFS jurisdiction. This bill will embed the gold into the heart of a new sovereign economy, ending fiat, erasing unlawful debt, terminating the Federal Reserve's grip forever. The quantum access card will become official, giving every citizen biometric access to their personal, sovereign digital wallet. No banks, no third parties, no taxes siphoned without consent, just direct, encrypted control of what belongs to you. The bill includes termination of interest on all fiat-linked credit debt, abolition of income tax replaced with constitutional trade tariffs, legal recognition of QFS as the monetary backbone of the restored republic, mass purge of unelected bureaucrats in CDC, DOJ, DHS, and other rogue agencies, full declassification of weather warfare tech, HARP aerosol weapons, scalar energy, official declaration of the WHO and WEF as hostile foreign entities with zero jurisdiction. Trump knows which senators are compromised. The NSA has all the files. Blackmail, foreign bribes, secret Epstein accounts. Anyone who obstructs the bill will face full constitutional exposure once declassification is triggered. Bribes, secret Epstein accounts. Anyone who obstructs the bill will face full constitutional exposure once declassification is triggered. The mainstream media is silent because they've been neutralized. Over 270 Project Mockingbird agents have already been removed from major outlets. Mock trials are done. What comes next is real. By July 4th, the QFS must be activated in law. That date is not symbolic. It marks the death of the corporate slave matrix installed in 1871 and the rebirth of the original American Republic. Everyone involved knows it. That's why D.C. is flooded with foreign contractors trying to sabotage what they can before the lights go out. This is no longer governance. This is the final sweep. The infrastructure is ready. The gold is allocated. The quantum network is live. The people are awake. Trump holds the command key. This is your future. Sovereignty. Gold-backed assets. No IRS. Full control of your funds through QFS. And it all depends on one thing. The bill must pass. Thursday, June 26th, leftist mob storms Capitol to protect Medicaid money laundering. Trump strikes back with QFS lockdown, 17th letter on Telegram. On June 25th, a staged mob flooded the U.S. Capitol, not to fight for health care, but to shield one of the deepest financial operations ever exposed. The globalist Medicaid money laundering machine. While the media framed it as a protest, this was retaliation, triggered by Trump's new budget bill, which weaponizes QFS and artificial intelligence to track every cent and eliminate the decades-old system used to fund cartel networks, fake NGOs, and DC corruption. Over 30 agitators, many planted in wheelchairs for dramatic effect, were arrested, only to be released hours later with minor charges. No federal raids, no solitary cells, just another performance by the regime. Compare that to January 6 patriots who still sit in prison for walking through velvet ropes. The double standard is not just obvious, it's deliberate. These are not protesters, they are assets. Tools of the same deep state that orchestrated 2020 hijacked Trump forces already seized stockpiles beneath Ukraine, the Alps, Vatican-controlled vaults. They knew the fiat game was ending. The only move left was emotional warfare, so they staged a circus. They wrapped their schemes in wheelchairs and signs, hoping the cameras would do what logic could not: make Americans forget they've been robbed blind. But the script is breaking. Inflation numbers are fake, the yuan is being crushed by Trump's tariffs, and the deep state's plan to enslave the population through biometric CBDCs has been flipped. The digital dollar now runs through a parallel infrastructure under Trump's QFS. That's why they're panicking. That's why they are unleashing chaos. But the patriots are already 10 steps ahead. Inside DC, multiple mid-tier officials tied to Medicaid laundering have quietly disappeared. Tribunals are underway at Gitmo. CMS whistleblowers are stepping forward. Sealed indictments are being unsealed in real time. And this is not about budget cuts, it's about exposure. This was never about the poor. It was about power, and Trump just unplugged their pipeline. 10 Days of Darkness and EBS. Thursday, June 26, 2025. The final phase has begun. Nationwide operations are now in motion. 50,000 elite troops mobilized for EBS lockdown. Expect 10 days of communication darkness during the mass arrests. Thursday, June 26, ceasefire holds after furious Trump steps in. SCOTUS ruling opens door to mass deportations. Thursday, June 26, Brunson update. We have Lloyd Brunson SCOTUS update 6/16/25. Dire warning, what they've been hiding will infuriate you. Thursday, June 26, the Q storm on X. An internal review of Oval Office documents shows that Hunter Biden, not Joe, was making the executive decisions for nearly all of 2023 and 2024. Joe Biden handed a crackhead complete control of the auto pen. The Justice Department says there's nothing they can do until Biden's. Thursday, June 26, breaking. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth goes scorched earth on the media. You hate Trump more than you love the truth or love this country. June 26, just in, Kari Lake testifies under fire, blows open U.S. AGM corruption. Security failures and deep state propaganda machine. June 26, Charlie Ward huge intel. June 26, Charlie Ward Daily News with Paul Brooker and Lembit Opik. Thursday, June 26, Starlink intercepts elite escape flights. Hours before Musk's message, Starlink nodes cracked unauthorized flights over Falklands, Chile, and Uruguay. On board, ex-French finance minister, Rothschild logistics operative. Their climate conference does not exist. They were running. Space Force and South American militaries now shadow track every move. Carrie Cassidy on Telegram. Thursday, June 26, breaking. The Supreme Court has ruled in a 6-3 decision in the Medina versus Planned Parenthood case that state Medicaid programs can defund Planned Parenthood. And Thursday, June 26, Trump executive order from April 28th on the trucking industry. Only truckers who speak English to be driving on American roads. 60-day cooling period. Brings America to June 28, 2025. WhiteHouse.gov. Thursday, June 26, shocking intel. Trump signed Jassara, mass arrests underway. Thursday, June 26, shadow of Ezra on X. Liz Collin reports that National Guard members who served with Tim Walz have come forward, claiming he passed classified military intelligence to the Chinese government. I'm not surprised, are you? Not long after China began producing military tanks nearly identical to U.S. designs. Wow. Some pretty high treason right there. Thursday, June 26th, Trump mobilizes 400,000 troops for mass arrests. Patriot Underground with Ricardo Bossi. Situation update 626.
Around the world that everybody can see in plain sight. None more so than what's happening in Israel and Iran. One thing I would say to you all is what you're seeing from many, many different sources now, not just mainstream media. Also, mainstream media have infiltrated social media, and there's a lot of misinformation, a lot of inaccurate statements. Just remember, it's all part of the pantomime anyway. But what I was reading yesterday in some of the reports was completely and utterly untrue. But it's all part of the pantomime. I said right from day one that Israel will be taken down last by Iran. That's also been backed up by Q. So that's still on the cards, and that's still happening behind the scenes. What you're being told is something very, very different.
The US has arrested 130 Iranian nationals in the past week amid rising fears of retaliation after recent strikes on Iran. ICE officials say some detainees have criminal records or military ties. Homeland Security warns of a heightened threat environment as concerns grow over potential sleeper cells following the brief US-Iran conflict.
Well, that leads very nicely into my next story, that at the moment what we're seeing Trump systematically shutting down the deep state and dismantling the old system. For those people who were in from the start, he has a term for that. It's called draining the swamp. And that's what's happening right now.
Wars and rumors of wars. Thursday, June 26, U.S. intelligence finds Pakistan is secretly developing nuclear ballistic missiles capable of reaching the United States.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on June 24th, 2025. I just wanted to give people a quick update because things are happening at a very fast pace. This is about the U.S. attack on Iran. The latest we're hearing is that it appears that the United States was under extreme pressure to attack Iran, and what they did was it was sabotage from inside. They told the Iranians in advance exactly where they were going to attack. It gave the Iranians time to evacuate so that nothing happened with the attack, and then the Iranians responded by doing the same thing and telling the Americans they're going to attack the air base in Qatar so the Americans could evacuate, and then they announced a ceasefire and a face-saving excuse for the Trump regime to say, well, the 12-day war is ended and we won, we stopped Iran's nuclear ambitions, and that's it, we don't have any part of it. It's just face-saving. The fact is they lost, and I've been in touch with the Iranians, and they're telling me very clearly that they have not made any sort of peace deal with Israel, and they're not stopping their attacks on Israel. So already about a third of Israel's cities have been destroyed. The Israelis have run out of missiles to defend themselves, and the Iranians are going to take this fight to the end. The other thing that's happened, of course, is that a lot of people are scratching their heads and wondering why is it that Americans politicians are all saying attack Iran when public opinion polls show that 85% of Americans are opposed to this. So this has exposed the politicians to everybody now as being not representatives of the United States, but rather representatives of the Chabad death cult. And they're probably being blackmailed. So hopefully this will lead to the arrest of most members of Congress and most of the top politicians in the West. That's the solution that's needed. But in any case, the Iranians tell me they're going to keep attacking. Apparently, they also told me that Turkey is not invading Israel or attacking Israel because they are completely in debt and their economy would implode. But the public opinion in Turkey and Egypt is so strong that, just having some cards to hold against top leaders is not going to be enough. So this really does look like the end of Israel and the beginning of Judea. And Judea, the Iranians agree with this idea, which is that all the people living in Israel will be known as Judeans. That includes the native Judeans, who are misleadingly called Palestinians, and the European immigrants, the Ashkenazi Jews. They will live together in peace in a single new country that will no longer be the world's leading source of terrorism and trouble. And we expect also that this incident is going to lead to the end of the United States government as we know it. But I just want to, the main point I want to make here is that the American military has forced the Trump regime to stop their plan to have war on Iran. They refused the orders. It's not going to happen. And Israel is now doomed, and their only option is to agree to the replacement of the racist state of Israel with the multi-ethnic, multi-religious state of Judea.
I served in the United States Border Patrol for 24 years until I retired as a Deputy Patrol Agent in charge in San Diego sector. I worked under 5 presidential administrations, and only one president secured the border, President Donald Trump. Border Patrol agents went from working and being supported by the greatest border president in American history to the worst, President Joe Biden. My last year in the Border Patrol was Joe Biden's first year in office. On his first day in office, I watched in disbelief as 94 executive orders cascaded down from Washington, D.C., obliterating every immigration policy that had been provided the most secure border in America's history. Border Patrol agents were forced to carry out unconstitutional orders that violated every law in the Immigration Nationality Act. President Biden, through Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, created policy out of thin air, ignored federal immigration law, and facilitated the largest mass invasion into America that the world has ever seen. The United States of America will have spent hundreds of billions of dollars in 4 years to fund the needs of over 50 million illegal aliens that populate our nation. Between 1 in 6 and 1 in 7 residents in America is an illegal alien. America has suffered the greatest demographic shift in modern history. I state with complete certainty that Biden, Harris, and Mayorkas intentionally, strategically, and purposely weaponized illegal immigration and used it as a tool to fundamentally transform America.
Thursday, June 26. How many people can be charged in a federal indictment? Multiple defendants who are alleged to have committed crimes together. Carrie Cassidy on Telegram. Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 8B specifically allows for the joinder of defendants in an indictment if they are alleged to have participated in the same act or transaction, or in the same series of acts or transactions constituting an offense or offenses. This means that multiple individuals involved in a conspiracy, organized crime like RICO cases, or other group criminal activity can be included in a single indictment. Joinder of defendants. Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 8B governs the joining of defendants in an indictment. Conspiracy and RICO cases. Indictments in these cases often include numerous defendants and their alleged actions in furtherance of the criminal enterprise. Important note, while a single federal indictment can charge multiple individuals, it does not necessarily mean they will all be tried together. Factors such as the individual's role in the crime and the complexity of the case can influence whether a judge grants separate trials for some defendants and how many people can be in federal indictments. My understanding, this is just a side note, my understanding is up to 99 people in one federal indictment. Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 8B specifically allows for the joinder of defendants in an indictment if they are alleged to have participated in the same act or transaction or in the same series of acts or transactions constituting an offense or offenses. This means that multiple individuals involved in a conspiracy, organized crime like RICO cases or other group criminal activity can be included in a single indictment. Wednesday, June 25th, Obama and Biden committed treason by funding Iran's war. On January 17th, 2016, Barack Hussein Obama secretly delivered $400 million in hard currency to Iran. 2 days later, $1.3 billion more. What followed? Hamas's rocket stockpiles doubled. Hezbollah's missile program exploded. Houthi drones suddenly had the tech to blast Red Sea tankers. March 2024, Biden's regime secretly unblocked $10 billion more. Result, Hezbollah's shock brigade invaded Israel. Hamas got crypto for Gaza command bunkers. Houthi drones struck LNG carriers en route to Europe. Then BlackRock shorted U.S. gas right after the blast. January 20th, 2025, Trump returns. Executive Order 0025 signed. All Iranian accounts frozen after they found $5.6 billion more funneled through shell companies. Kash Patel impaneled a federal grand jury. Subpoenas dropped on Kerry, Nuland, and Yellen. Sealed indictments name Obama, Biden, EU bank chiefs for funding terror. Iran's arsenal funded by you. 5,200 drones labeled funded by the great Satan's ex-president. Uranium cascades guarded by Russians' S-400s. $270 million in crypto for IRGC hackers. Sleeper cells in Michigan, Virginia, Hamburg funded by NGOs tied to Biden's State Department. Wednesday, June 25th, a global change has begun, but only behind closed doors and with the help of coordinated military forces. Jassar Nassara on Telegram. A historic treaty has been signed by 209 countries to change the way the world does business. This is not a theory or a far-off dream. It's happening right now. A full revaluation of the currency is happening, and a military operation is helping to make sure the transition to a sovereign monetary system is safe and smooth. What is the point? To bring back fairness, open up opportunities for growth, and break the centuries-old hold of centralized control over the world economy. The currencies that have been kept low for a long time, such as the Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, and Zimbabwe zim, are being given new values that show their true worth. This change makes the world a fairer place and makes sure that countries that were once ignored are now on the same level as the world's financial powers. The Prosperity Fund is a huge pre-secured pool of money that will be used to pay for humanitarian missions, rebuild infrastructure that was damaged in war, and redistribute wealth around the world. And clean water systems are no longer just dreams from the farthest corners of the earth. They are fully funded realities with the signatures of 209 independent states behind them. This is not just about money, it's about fairness. The Share the Wealth program makes sure that everyone benefits directly from this change. No country is left out. No one is left out. This plan includes the Stellar Network, which gives billions of people who have been denied access to banking. Now, remote villages, rural settlements, and forgotten communities are all connected to the world's most advanced financial infrastructure, which is safe from hacking and other forms of manipulation. The main thing that has changed is military precision. The reevaluation process is not being left to chance. Allied military units have been sent around the world to protect data centers, currency exchanges, and the safe distribution of new value systems. These operations include simulations, cyber defense protocols, and working with other countries' treasuries to make sure everything is clear and there is no fraud. The goal is clear: keep the transition going smoothly, avoid a crash, and safely lead the world into a new financial reality. The outcome is a financial order that comes after the cabal. A world where a country's worth isn't based on who owns its debt, but on its people, resources, and goals. The dinar's new value will help Iraq grow. Vietnam's newly balanced dong will make it an economic leader in Asia. Zimbabwe is ready to grow its agricultural and mineral wealth now that the ZIM has been restored, and inflation and globalist sabotage are no longer a problem. These are not guesses, these are actions that are already happening, signed, sealed, and now happening with military help. This is not the future, this is the present. A treaty has been signed, a plan is being put into action. The big change in finance is real and it belongs to the people. Each person, each soul, the system that used to enslave the world with debt and inequality is being replaced by one based on honesty, fairness, and plenty. Have faith in the plan. The revaluation is more than just a currency event. It's a wake-up call for the whole world. Wednesday, June 25th, the system they fear most, Jassara, is activating under Trump, and the deep state cannot stop it. This isn't a campaign, it's a takedown. While the deep state scrambles to keep control through indictments, distractions, and economic sabotage, Trump is triggering the reset they swore would never happen. The Jassara framework is no longer a rumor. It's a classified op now moving into high gear. What is Jassara? It's the final death blow to the financial slavery system. Complete debt forgiveness, IRS dismantled, gold-backed currency, release of suppressed tech, and the restoration of constitutional law in every corner of the world. Sound familiar? That's because it's already happening. Central banks are buying gold like it's wartime. BRICS is developing commodity-backed currency systems. CEO purges are sweeping across global corporations. Quiet QFS infrastructure rollouts are in motion. Even major governments are trialing debt forgiveness programs. You think this is coincidence? Trump is the trigger. He's not just speaking about draining the swamp. He's speaking of wiping out national debt, auditing the Fed, ending fiat slavery, and restoring sovereign wealth to the people. The mainstream media calls it conspiracy, but patriots know it's military precision. They tried everything to stop him. Impeachments, raids, smear jobs, none of it worked. Because Trump is not playing their rigged game. He's detonating the whole board. Jassara isn't coming, it's here. Behind the scenes, the mechanics are aligning. Central banks pivoting away from the dollar, global digital asset structures going live, economic war strategies targeting fiat collapse, mass resignations of deep state-aligned CEOs, white hats blocking globalist economic sabotage, and Trump's 2025 return, that's the green light. This is why they fear him. This is why they scream louder every day, because once Jassara goes live, the game is over. No more debt, no more banks, no more leeches. The people will own their labor time, energy, and future. That's why the deep state unleashed hell, because freedom terrifies them. April 2025 is not just a new election cycle, it's the execution phase. And when it hits, there's no putting the genie back in the bottle. This is the moment. The reset isn't ahead, it's happening now. The empire falls, the people rise, Trump leads. You were born for this hour. World Economic Forum, once the untouchable stronghold of technocratic rule, has been broken into, taken apart, and revealed from the inside. There was no scandal here. It was a takedown. White hat operatives inside the Davos machine have broken the illusion of global unity and shown how it has committed crimes like meddling in elections, forcing people to get medical treatment, taking land under the guise of climate policy, and quietly tagging every person for control. By early 2024, White Hats had taken internal papers, secret recordings, and classified communications that showed WEF leaders were involved in laundering more than $400 billion in climate funds through fake NGOs, debt traps, and stealing digital assets. The planet was never their goal. It was having land, food, and energy. Under the guise of justice, they enslaved farmers, wiped out the rights of indigenous people, and used fake charity to stage policy coups. Wars and rumors of wars. Wednesday, June 25th, Representative Anna Luna reveals the U.S. Coast Guard in her district of Pinellas County, Florida, intercepted a boat full of Iranian and Russian nationals attempting to enter the U.S. illegally from the Bahamas. Am I concerned about sleeper cells? Absolutely. This is not a conspiracy theory. It's a serious national security threat. Elon Musk on Telegram. Wednesday, June 25th, Israeli agents in Iran slipped letters under the doors of Iranian military officers. They did not become Mossad agents. Alex Jones on Telegram.
The US is expanding military zones along the southwestern border to curb migrant crossings. 2 new areas in Arizona and Texas will now be patrolled by troops and classified as national defense zones. Migrants found there can be detained until Border Patrol arrives. Nearly 9,000 troops are already deployed with support from air and naval forces as part of heightened border security efforts. I'll tell you right now, Warren, Charlie, the UK could take a leaf out of Trump's book on how to do border security.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you a little piece of inside information on this. Trump for some time has realized that the US bases all over the world have been used an awful lot for child trafficking and drug trafficking by the CIA. So Trump has at his disposal all over the world military men and military equipment ready to move. And all he's done is move those people from places that we would all question why are they there to protect their own border. So he's got a ready-made team that have been placed in locations all over the world. I've got one not far from me, down in Rota in southern Spain, where there's 30,000 Americans at an airbase. Why are they here? Why is 30,000 people here when you've got a problem at home? Donald Trump's motto has always been MAGA, Make America Great Again. And the only way to make it great again is to control the borders. You have to control what comes in. Mm-hmm. And he's got the wherewithal to be able to. He doesn't have to recruit new people and train them. They're already there. And I mean, if you look at Iran as a country, there's about 50 bases around the outside of it. And why does he need them there? This is a man that's going to take individual people and move them where they're really, really needed. It's time to wake up.
Wednesday, June 25th, red alert. Al-Udeid strike was a setup. Trump and Putin played them all. Nassar Jassar on Telegram. The so-called Iranian missile strike on the U.S. Al-Udeid base in Qatar was not a surprise. It was a staged ritual, a deep state trap meant to trigger World War III, and it failed. Iran warned Qatar in advance. The base was empty, no casualties. The entire operation was about optics. Psychological warfare without Trump's approval. But Trump and Putin knew the script and flipped it on its head. Qatar lied, publicly condemning the strike while secretly collaborating with Iran and rogue Pentagon cells. Behind the scenes, the globalist syndicate was salivating, praying this would trigger a NATO response they could hijack. Timeline of the setup, June 14th. Trump speaks privately with Putin, full blackout. June 17th, U.S.-Israeli airstrikes on empty Iranian sites. June 18th, Russia stays silent. June 19th, Iran's foreign minister lands in Moscow. June 20th, Operation Fatah's blessing. Iran hits the U.S. base with prior Qatari approval. This was not a retaliation, it was a test, and the deep state failed. Qatar has been a known CIA hub for trafficking routes, IMF laundering, and elite extraction ops. Now they are trying to act like victims. They're not, they're enablers, and Trump knows it. Iran's missile count exactly matched the bombs dropped on them days earlier. And that's not coincidence, that's ritual numerology, symbolic warfare, Rothschild style. And the stakes, if Iran pops an EMP or nuke near Israel, it's game over for the Middle East. But that's what the globalists want. Total collapse, total reset, total control. They think war chaos will stop Trump from launching QFS, gold-backed currency, and restoring U.S. sovereignty. But Trump didn't blink. He let them play their move, and it backfired. U.S. intel leaks confirm. Deep State fed Iran U.S. target data. Israel's Golan is on alert, not from Iran, but from a potential false flag. Russian and Iranian fleets are tracking elite nuclear subs. The true threat? Qatar's royal airstrip lit up 3 times in 48 hours. Evacuations? Panic. They know the game's over. The strike was a trap. The war they wanted is unraveling, and Trump, he's holding the detonator, not to destroy but to cleanse. This is World War III, but it's the elites who are being hunted now. They wanted a war, they got a mass awakening instead.
There is nobody more awake than Iran when it comes to the IAEA. And I know you've been doing some digging on the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Well, the IAEA, very, very simply, are demanding now that Iran tell them where their U-235 uranium enrichment is, because they moved it out a couple of days before the bombing. Now, the problem that we have here is the last time that Grossi was allowed to inspect it, he literally passed that on to Mossad agents and the Israel government to allow them to bomb. Now, having been told by the Iranians and the Russians that obviously that uranium is perfectly safe and the radiation levels at those plants are perfectly okay, the IAEA put out a statement saying, yes, the radiation levels are fine. Now, suddenly, they've changed course, or Grossi has changed course, and said there is a problem. We need to get in there fast, and we need to find out where, of course, this uranium is. But it is highly unlikely, and you cannot blame the Iranians who do not want to tell them where it is, Charlie, because the last time they did, they lined up the Israelis to bomb it.
Well, that happened with Iraq, that happened with Libya, that happened with Syria, that happened with all of these countries, so they've got a track record. The problem is they've got the same playbook.
Hi, as you know, this is Howie Carr, and I'm with the
moment they tell them where it is, they come in and attempt to bomb it. And my dear friend Sergei Lavrov, who's been at the United Nations Security Council meeting, has completely embarrassed certain people from Israel by asking the question, first of all, why is Israel attending the NPT when they claim they don't have nuclear weapons? Why are they here? And this is done on the world stage to expose these people. He's also made it very, very clear while he was there that Russia's going to continue their enriching uranium program so they can help other countries that can't do it. I mean, talk about poking the bear. It's entertainment at its highest level. But this is, on a more serious note, this is all part of the awakening. We're seeing so many things right now to wake people up, to get people to realize what's going on. Some of the stuff that's going on doesn't make any logical sense. As an example, why was Zelensky at the NATO summit when Ukraine is not a member of NATO? Why is Israel at the NPT when they're not involved in nuclear weapons? All of this is part of the awakening. And for those people who've just started this journey, you've been watching the P. Diddy case. Why has that got dismissed? This is all part of the awakening. This is all part of the pantomime. Are you awake yet?
Wednesday, June 25th, Snowden. Trump just ended nuclear war before it began. Denzel Washington on Telegram. Edward Snowden just sounded the alarm. This isn't a press conference. It's a battlefield maneuver disguised as diplomacy. Trump's words were not a peace offering. They were coded warning to the deep state, the CIA, and every foreign asset watching from a war room. According to Snowden's internal sources, 14 missiles launched at U.S. forces, 13 neutralized, 1 set free on purpose. This was not random. It was a military chess move, a controlled burn. Trump did not flinch. He broadcasted peace while holding the world in a headlock, and Snowden is making it clear this was the signal. The United States now operates under total missile dominance, a phrase buried in classified intel Snowden saw firsthand, the missile that was ignored, a message to Iran and every puppet regime. We choose what matters, we decide the battlefield. Snowden claims the phrase, "Congratulations, world, it's time for peace," was a trigger line, a verbal command issued for multiple satellite and AI monitoring networks to confirm full spectrum dominance. The world thought it was a gesture. It was actually a final systems check. 0 casualties, 0 panic, 100% awareness. He's warning now. The deep state never saw it coming. Iran did not act alone. Snowden says the order to launch came from compromised military intelligence handlers inside Europe and DC. They wanted American blood. They got humiliated instead. Trump's choice to let one missile fly freely was a psychological nuke. We watched, we let it go, we didn't fear it, we owned it. No Americans harmed. Snowden says those 4 words sent shockwaves through GCHQ in Langley. That phrase was not for the public. The message was loud. Try again, and we won't just intercept, we will erase. Snowden just confirmed Trump activated the full Trump doctrine, not just geopolitically but technologically. Iran's tantrum was anticipated down to the second. Surveillance decoys, dummy comms, all predicted, tracked, and neutralized. And here's the kicker. Snowden says the so-called Iranian early warning was actually triggered by a leaked prompt from a U.S. military AI protocol tied to QFS systems. That leak traced to the same faction that's been shadowing Trump since 2015. Snowden's final message: they're out of time. Trump isn't offering peace. He's offering a final exit before Gitmo gets busy. This wasn't diplomacy. It was a warning shot. And the clock just started.
Just days before the first strikes, Iranian state hackers pulled off one of the most devastating cyber ops in modern history, seizing a staggering 3 terabytes of top-secret Israeli intelligence. Not just military secrets, but compromats. Files detailing Israel's vast surveillance operations, including deep cover programs inside the United States. And within that trove, evidence of crimes, unspeakable crimes, implicating some of the most powerful people on Earth. This isn't just about war, it's about blackmail, betrayal, and a global house of cards on the brink of collapse. To Mossad, the world isn't just a stage, it's their stage. They cast themselves as the directors, producers, and lead actors in a global psyop, engineered to manipulate perception and advance their agenda. This isn't a theory, they admit to it themselves. It's right there in their official motto. Wage war through deception and trickery.
We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage.
This is Mossad's old office. Its motto from Proverbs 24:6 says in so many words, wage war through deception and trickery.
At the heart of Israel's global deception lies a sprawling web of espionage and blackmail, one that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't just connected to, but a key part of. His VIP network, his mansions wired with hidden cameras, his ties to intelligence agencies, all threads in a much larger operation built on surveillance and coercion. This week, Iranian state hackers accessed a portion of Mossad's classified intelligence files. Among the revelations, what they describe as Netanyahu's personal blackmail archive. Private footage of world leaders and politicians captured through hidden cameras in their homes, along with hacked phone and laptop data. Allegedly, this trove was used not just to control adversaries, but powerful figures both inside and outside of Israel. Such was the devastating nature of the compromat, Netanyahu knew there was no time to waste. This wasn't just a breach, it was an existential threat to Israel's global influence and the shadow networks it relies on. Within hours of the breach, war was declared. Under the cover of preemptive defense, Israeli warplanes launched coordinated strikes on key Iranian military and intelligence facilities. But the real targets weren't weapons, they were people. Senior operatives, data servers, hidden bunkers. Anything and anyone who could possess or leak what Iran had uncovered. Why the urgency? Because if even a fraction of this compromat goes public, if the world sees the true scale of Israel's blackmail operations, their deep ties to Western institutions, their weaponization of paedophilia, and how far they've gone to stage manage geopolitics, the fallout will be catastrophic.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Judy, note, as of Saturday, June 7th, Joint Military Special Operation Units under codename Operation Stonefire had permanently neutralized the final strongholds of the deep state, globalist, financial, human trafficking, and cloning syndicates located in underground vaults beneath Geneva, Tel Aviv, and the Colorado Rockies. What was uncovered in those final red zones was beyond anything previously disclosed. Human cloning chambers used for political substitution, ARPANET-based mind control frequency hubs, and direct evidence of extraterrestrial trade deals, brokered in exchange for human genetic material. All of it logged, all of it documented, all of it now in the hands of Trump's military intelligence corps. Military intelligence also found encrypted messages between Iranian satellites and sleeper cells in the U.S. that confirmed a blackout and bioweapon attack on the U.S. was set to happen Saturday, June 21st or Sunday, June 22nd. EMP devices had been smuggled into several cities, such as Dallas, Atlanta, and Chicago. The military-grade electromagnetic weapons were made to take down power grids, cut off communications, and destabilize QFS infrastructure all at once. On Thursday, June 19th, 2 convoys carrying bioweapon canisters that looked like oxygen tanks were stopped by military forces near El Paso. The destination was an underground storage facility near Austin that was connected to Soros-backed NGOs that pretended to be emergency response units. The operatives, who were trained in Iran and pretended to be civilian contractors, were arrested and moved according to Gitmo military rules. Then the operation was made public on June 21st, 2025. Donald J. Trump, through the restored U.S. military command, gave the order for a full-spectrum attack on Iran's Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan nuclear facilities. These bombings were not in response to something, they were planned ahead of time. Stealth bombers and submarines were already in place. At the same time, QFS data centers and Starlink grid nodes went into defense mode, getting ready for EMP and cyber attacks. Cyber Command stopped foreign firmware changes in Chinese-made smart grid parts. These are the same systems that have been linked to recent unexplained blackouts in Phoenix, Detroit, and parts of Florida. Those accidents were practice runs for the real grid attack that would paralyze the nation. But as usual, Trump was several moves ahead. By the end of the day on Monday, June 23rd, Trump had secured a peace treaty between Iran and Israel. Then came the betrayal. The next day, on Tuesday, June 24th, Israel broke the ceasefire Trump had just secured. Without warning, they dropped the biggest payload on Tehran in over 40 years. Trump did not hold back. As soon as we made the deal, they dropped a load of bombs like I've never seen before. Iran responded by sending missiles to bomb a U.S. base, though they didn't convince Trump to enter and cause a World War III. You see, Iran had already collapsed. Maybe intel obtained by the new Starlink satellite system indicated that the people of Iran did not want war. They were working toward a regime change. New elections would also bring them the ability to participate in the global currency reset and be able to trade with 207 other nations, something forbidden if they were at war. Trump knew that this entire operation by both Israel and Iran and stopped the emergency broadcast system from going live. Instead, it triggered tribunals at Gitmo and Camp Blas. Data nodes tied to Vatican AI operations were vaporized in the Iranian strikes, and resistance factions worldwide were now activating. On the other side of the coin, Israel's New World Order proponent Netanyahu felt that with no ceasefire, the vision of a greater Israel was nearing fulfillment. The next phase involved war through expanding Israel's borders alongside efforts to eliminate the Palestinian population, as well as the people of Jordan and Lebanon. Saudi Arabia was seen as a covert ally of Israel throughout this process. Intel gathered by the new Starlink satellite system indicated that these Mideastern countries did not quite agree in order to participate in the global currency reset, which was in the process of completing this week, and trade with 207 other nations. The Mideast nations could not be at war. There was no way they would support Netanyahu's quest for war and elimination of the Palestinian population. The June ceasefire did not end the war, it revealed the war. The next move was exposure on a global scale. The first wave of public disclosures about the deep state global elite's plan to rule the world had begun way back on Tuesday, June 10th, not through CNN or BBC, but through raw, unfiltered, QFS-verified broadcasts across secure global nodes. Every piece of documentation, every tribunal session, every sealed indictment will be opened. Trump was now at the NATO summit, not as a puppet, but as the commander of the real America, sovereign, constitutional, and unapologetic. Arrests have begun in all Five Eyes nations. High-level corporate executives, media anchors, and NGO directors were being quietly extracted to face military tribunals. Their crimes involved human experimentation, bioweapon coordination, and mass financial theft under humanitarian disguise. The internal courts have already started. At least 14 U.S. officials and 5 corporate executives have been arrested. Leaks say that top people from FEMA and Silicon Valley Biotech are involved. The emergency broadcast system is now ready to go. Insider chatter confirms that final calibration tests were completed on June 5th. An emergency signal override has been installed in over 87 countries. Frequencies were being rerouted, airspace is being locked down, major media satellites are now under Q command authority. In the next few days, there will be a 72-hour blackout drill to practice what to do if the grid goes down while there is a threat. Trump was leading the charge. Prepare accordingly. Patriots should stock up on supplies, back up their digital files on Q-chip wallets, and stay alert. What we think we know as of Wednesday, June 25th. To the leftists, Hillary Clinton supplied Iran with uranium to enrich their nuclear program. Barack Obama gave Iran $1.7 billion that they used to fund their nuclear program, and Joe Biden froze over $16 billion of funds for Iran. So don't even think about blaming nuclear World War III on Trump. And Monday, June 16th, Brunson SCOTUS update. What they've been hiding will infuriate you. Tuesday, June 24th, everything nuclear was deactivated 10 years ago. No country has nuclear weapons, only conventional weapons, which are used for cleanup work. And that's from Florentine Patriota Q on X. And just a side note, remember Commander Thor's been telling us that all the nukes around the world have been disarmed. Even if the country doesn't know they were disarmed, they were disarmed. And they continue to do that. And if something is shot off by a submarine, it can be neutralized very quickly. So there's no fear of a nuclear war. It's just a scare event if it comes to that. And Tuesday, June 24th, short history of Khazarian Mafia.
Where do you start? I mean, there's so much going on at the moment. I'm going to start with the obvious one, which is Israel and Iran. And it's very interesting to watch what's actually happening overnight. Iran had another little pop at Israel, and Israel had another. It's a bit like two people who really don't like each other, and they haven't liked each other ever since Israel moved in 77 years ago. And it's a bit like somebody move into your house. You very kindly let them move into your spare bedroom, and none of the neighbours actually like them. Now, there's a lot of people who have a property on Airbnb who will know exactly what I'm talking about, because it's very easy to get these people to come into your house, but some of them are not very nice. And it's very interesting watching these people that are not very nice in their house, which wasn't really their own, that Now they're being found out as to who they really are, the Khazarians. They're actually leaving one by one and heading back to where they came from, which is Ukraine. But when they've gone back to Ukraine, they've moved into houses that are not their own and just taken them because they were empty. They haven't offered to buy them, but this is the nature of these type of people. They're a Khazarian mafia. They just take it because they think it's theirs. They think they have the right. They did the same when they arrived in Israel. They're doing the same now, but it's a lot easier in Ukraine because there's a lot of empty houses. Makes you ask the question, were they involved in that war from the start? To provide all these empty houses because they knew they were going to get trouble in Israel. What an interesting time we live in, gentlemen, hey?
Monday, June 23rd, the U.S. debt clock just exposed the future of the financial system. Trump is holding the key to the golden age. Here's what you need to know. Wars and rumors of wars. Starting with Monday, June 23rd, exposed Operation Armageddon. MI6 and NATO plot tactical nuke false flag to trigger World War III. Code Red whistleblower drops bombshell in Paris. Jim Ferguson video. Monday, June 23rd, Iran war. China issues a stern warning to Tehran. Do not close the Strait of Hormuz, lifeline for 40% of China's crude and 20% of LNG imports. And Monday, June 23rd, breaking, Trump explodes. Israel and Iran don't even know what the F they are doing. Ceasefire torn apart by bombs and America's used as a human shield. The statement that shook the Middle East. Video. Monday, June 23rd, boom. WikiLeaks exposed from Top Gun to Homeland in the Fifth Estate. Julian Assange reveals Hollywood's role in global mind warfare and the scripted Iran war. A must-see video. And Monday, June 23rd, official statement, Donald J. Trump, congratulations, world, it's time for peace. End quote. And Saturday, June 14th, just in, SEAL Team 6 was never meant to survive. Bombshell testimony blames Obama, Hillary, and Biden, the biggest cover-up in American history. Tuesday, June 24th, Trump goes off. They don't know what the F they're doing. False flag exposed. Israel breaks the ceasefire. Iran's retaliation faked. Gitmo tribunals incoming. 17th letter. June 24th, Trump breaks the silence and drops the hammer. In a scorching statement, he exposed what the media would not touch. The Israel-Iran escalation was a deep state false flag designed to halt QFS progress, trigger martial law, and justify global lockdowns. But Trump caught them mid-play, and now the entire machine is collapsing. They've been fighting so long they don't know what the F they're doing. Trump said, but we know better. They were following a script authored by WEF war planners, CIA cutouts, and Rothschild-linked operators. Their goal, ignite chaos, distract the world, and delay the digital gold reset. And above all, stop Trump. Instead, Trump launched surgical B-2 bomber strikes on Iran's deep state nuclear bunkers, not civilian targets, but elite-controlled complexes used for quantum lattice tech hidden for decades. That place is demolished, he confirmed. It's gone. Iran's retaliation, a staged missile launch. Symbolic, it was never real, it was theater. Trump knew it. Then came the betrayal. Israel broke the ceasefire Trump had just secured. Without warning, they dropped the biggest payload on Tehran in over 40 years. Trump did not hold back. Soon as we made the deal, they dropped a load of bombs like I've never seen before. This wasn't defense, this was provocation. led by the same Israeli factions behind Pegasus surveillance, Operation Talpiot, and global blackmail rings. They wanted escalation. Trump gave them exposure. He named names. He called out the press. CNN is scum. MSDNC is gutless. They lied about the strike, buried the strategic victory, and tried to spin the narrative, but the truth broke through. The elite's secret weapons are gone, and Trump didn't fall for their trap. This entire operation was meant to halt Medicare and stop the emergency broadcast system from going live. Instead, it triggered tribunals at Gitmo and Camp Blas. Data nodes tied to Vatican AI operations were vaporized in the Iranian strikes, and resistance factions worldwide are now activating. Trump is heading to the NATO summit not as a puppet, but as the commander of the real America, sovereign, constitutional, and unapologetic. This is not about Iran. It's not about Israel. It's about the people versus the parasites. The June ceasefire did not end the war. It revealed the war. The next move is exposure on a global scale. The EBS is coming and Trump is leading the charge. Prepare accordingly.
Calling the bluff of Netanyahu. And we're not downing the Jews here. We're just saying the administration, the people behind the Mossad, the certain faction controlling Israel, intelligence agencies. I think they're going to get smoked out. I think they're going to get smoked out right now during this ceasefire. Could they do a false flag on themselves and blame Israel and then proceed with more bombings? I'm kind of expecting something here because I don't think anybody wants to end with the 12-day war and settle. I mean, they're not done. I don't think they're done yet.
No.
You Ghost?
I don't think they're done at all. I think there's going to be some stupid action, whether it's on Israel's part or Iran's part, to try to push this further, or let's say aggravate the situation. Because look at how ridiculous the Iranians have been, number one. Yeah, they're at the table. They've been given the time period. They were given that time period. They didn't abide. Well, then rocks got thrown at them from us, harder and damaging. So let's hope Israel doesn't try to force any kind of hand they think they have and is being held. A lot of this is bluffing. A lot of this is, horse shit, to be honest with you. Okay, we're going to get the last word. So they fire a rocket in. Unfortunately, I don't know. Was that last, let's say, shot into Israel in that building?
I don't know.
I think some of them did. And it's not the way to leave it if you're serious. So, President and the administration are navigating a very, very delicate minefield, but they're on top of it. They have the equipment to do it.
And he's probably going to be wanting to, this whole time, he's like, who is he to tell me to do anything? I bet you that's what he's feeling. And the fact that Trump is saying this publicly and making him look like a little mouse, he's not going to take that lightly.
No. And then don't come crying to us for assistance if you're going to play these bullshit games.
Which tells me that Mossad would have to do something. So they're going to have to create a false flag, whether it's in Israel or America. And I bet you one of them, Ghost, it feels so good to talk on here and not on YouTube.
Yeah.
So I bet you one of them is to blow up the Dome of the Rock.
Much better.
Fucking blow up the Dome of the Rock.
Yeah, I could see that. Where there is particular concern is with a number of dams across the country, from Tennessee to Northern California. In California, for example, you have the Folsom and Oro Dam, and they are downriver from each other. Any damage done to one or the other would wreak a lot of damage as far as Sacramento and beyond. And there are a number of military bases within that plain that would flood. So these are being watched intently. So are nuclear power generating facilities for a while now. They've been on heightened security. A number of, not to mention the cyber. We could spend the next hour talking about that. But yes, they're on guard. Now, a lot of the attacks from what they call hacktivists, that would be, just assholes causing trouble because they believe in whatever they believe in, anything that would hurt this country in their, let's say, youthful ignorance. But you do have a huge uptick in foreign attacks on, and where I would caution people is on the banking system, down to the depositor and customer level. So I would keep an eye on accounts because something could hit rapidly, and there's no telling what effect it may have. I'm not meaning to send anybody into a panic that the sky is falling, but be aware that many things are under attack now, especially private information of Americans. And as far as the audience is concerned, yes, that is also just as high as damage to their systems, etc. But a lot of these systems are backed up in real time on risk and CISC banking systems. So yes, if there were a major attack, there'd be a hiccup, but I don't think that anybody would lose anything. It would all be restored as quickly as possible. That's one area. Other areas are infrastructure, energy flow, highways, all of it. All of it has to be, and is on the forefront of Homeland Security and other agencies looking at it, and where they are finding threats, they're dealing with it. Case in point, those 11 or 12 that they was shown on several networks, Fox, others, as yes, here are terror-related or suspected terrorists high enough on the list that we bagged yesterday and overnight today. So if they're showing you that, make no mistake, it is more extensive. I don't say that to make you panic. I say that simply for you to factor that into your thinking. And again, seeing what you saw that I sent to you today, look at the distance from me to that. To that.
Right.
And that is
crazy.
Rural, deep south.
That's insane, man. They're everywhere.
Mm-hmm. And that's the whole point. Because how many times have I come on your show and others where I've said, it's not the Iranian people. Make note of that. It's not the Iranian people. They want to join the modern world and succeed. Engage in commerce, engage in endeavors that improve their lives and their lives collectively. It's this propped up piece of shit regime that has had as much help from its enemies as it has now taken guff from them lately. And I'm not pointing to us, I'm pointing to certain factions in Israel that have actually been interfacing with them for a long time. Do the math on that.
Tuesday, June 2nd, what we missed while watching Iran. While all eyes were on missile strikes, uranium stockpiles, and Tehran's retaliation, some serious developments slid under the radar. Laura Aboli on Telegram. Bilderberg quietly met in Sweden. Tech CEOs, NATO heads, and EU officials all gathered behind closed doors. No press, no footage, AI migration, and depopulation were reportedly on the agenda. No one's talking, but they were all there. Spain's ruling party raided for corruption. Police stormed PSOE offices in Madrid. Allegations include kickbacks. It's messy and Sanchez looks exposed. UK opens formal inquiry into grooming gangs. Years of pressure finally pushed the government to act, and the new Home Security had to apologize. The new Home Secretary had to apologize for decades of failure to victims. Some say it's too little too late. Labour's polling at a 7-year low. Reform UK is leading. Yes, leading. That shift is no longer fringe. Farage has mainstream pull now. Farage drops his Britannia card idea, charge wealthy foreigners £250 sterling for, or £1,000 sterling for tax residency, and then use the money to top up low-income Brits. He's pitching it as Robin Hood economics. Critics are screaming, but it's landing. Massive protests erupt in Ireland against open borders and unchecked migration. Crowds in Dublin, Cork, and smaller towns have taken to the streets. What used to be a taboo issue is now spilling over into the mainstream. The media is struggling to keep the lid on it. And Macron's doubling down on EU power, from calling for a European space program to strategic autonomy and defense. He's positioning himself as the one still thinking long term, while everyone else reacts to fires. Tuesday, June 2nd, nuclear World War III threat was not an act of war, but an act of silence. Jassar Nassara QFS on Telegram. Not escalation, interruption. Trump once released a fragment, carefully chosen, an old video of Jeffrey Sachs. No mainstream filter, no campaign spin, just raw truth. Sachs naming Netanyahu as the architect behind the Iraq invasion, the Syria disaster, and the never-ending push for war with Iran. That post was not a glitch, it was a breadcrumb. Trump wanted you to see it. In the clip, Sachs unmasked the real pressure point. Not American interests, not security, not oil, but a single calculated narrative. Iran is weeks away from a nuclear bomb. The same line recycled for decades, the same phrase used to justify assassinations, drone strikes, sanctions, regime change, and U.S. troops sent to bleed for someone else's agenda. And now, with one single move, a strike ordered without applause or explanation, Trump may have cut the fuse. If Iran had nuclear sites, they have just been neutralized. If they didn't, then the illusion has been dismantled in public. Either way, the excuse is gone. No more imminent threat. No more weeks away. No more leash to drag America into the flames again. That might have been the plan. A strike that looks hawkish to the blind, but surgical to those awake. A removal of the last domino Netanyahu had left. Now go back to January. Trump's repost of the Sachs video. Why then? Why that? Because the signal was being sent. Quietly, intentionally. He's known who pulls the wires. He's watched this game for decades. And now, with the world is steering in the wrong direction, he flips the table again without a speech, without a press release. Just action. This isn't noise. This is the clearing in the field. While the world yells war, Trump just removed the last excuse for it. The silence is the message. And if you heard it, you're already ahead. Tuesday, June 24th, breaking. South Carolina moves to make ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine available over the counter in landmark legislation. June 24th, breaking. Trump explodes. Israel and Iran don't even know what the F they're doing. Ceasefire torn apart by bombs and America used as a human shield. The statement that shook the Middle East. Video. Tuesday, June 24th, breaking. The 2025 NATO summit in The Hague. Trump set to storm the alliance, expose the war mafia, and name the traitors in broad daylight. Tuesday, June 24th, top-level warning. Putin warns Trump. The globalists are using you to ignite World War III. the century-old trap that's been set in motion. And Tuesday, June 24th, Capitol Intel drop. Al Green impeachment fails. Trump crushes the coup as Democrats implode. He's still standing. They are falling apart. Video, AMG News.
Finally found the confiscated video that the FBI took on the day of 9/11, where it was proving it wasn't a plane, it was a Scud missile. There was talk amongst the community, because I've been awake for 20 years since this happened, that there was a Scud missile. The witnesses were silenced. The person who had this tape that turned it over to the FBI concealed this information, and as you can see, that is not a plane. That is a Scud missile, as originally thought. Fucking deep state cabal, you sons of bitches. Those who knew, we already knew you did shit, but this was the last piece of the puzzle for the evidence. For that whole entire crap in the 9/11 report that said it disintegrated. That is a Scud missile. Swedish satellite saw that there was a marking target, and that was completely put aside, and you all bought the lie. Heavenly Father, let truth prevail.
Tuesday, June 24th, breaking. Obama and Biden gave money to Iran's war machine. Indictments are coming from the grand jury. Nisara Jassara, QFS on Telegram. Obama sent $400 million in foreign cash to Tehran on January 17, 2016, without telling anyone. 2 days later, there were 13 wire transfers of almost $100 million each. The total is $1.3 billion. This was not diplomacy. They wanted money. The hostages were not let go until the money hit the ground, and it didn't end there. That money caused fear to spread throughout the Middle East. Hamas doubled the number of rockets it had. Hezbollah improved its precision missile program. And the Houthis got Iranian drones that made holes in Red Sea shipping. The serial numbers on the cash that was taken matched pictures taken in Tehran. Washington, on the other hand, stayed quiet. The press called it brave diplomacy. Americans who were real buried their sons. Then Biden showed up. His administration quietly freed up $10 billion in frozen Iranian assets in 2024. The money went through high-end banks. Iranian-funded militias stormed Israeli's borders, funded Hamas command centers, and set drone swarms that shook the world's energy markets. At the same time, people who worked at BlackRock made record short positions on U.S. gas. It wasn't a coincidence that the timing was right. When Trump took office again on January 20th, 2025, he froze all accounts linked to Iran and called for a full forensic audit. What it found was much worse than the original scandal. More than $5.6 billion had been funneled through fake companies in Frankfurt, Doha, and Johannesburg. Intelligence reports had warned about this years ago, but Obama supporters hid them by putting them under classified labels. Kash Patel, the Attorney General, called a federal grand jury on June 3rd, 2025. John Kerry, Victoria Nuland, Janet Yellen all got subpoenas. Sources say that Obama could be charged with giving material support to terrorism. Biden is named in a plot to get around U.S. sanctions, and there is no doubt about the trail. Special Ops even stopped a drone carrying encrypted Iranian communication equipment that had been bought with the money that Biden had given away. The supplier, a shell company in Shanghai that is linked to the son-in-law of a World Bank official. They preached climate justice, but they gave weapons to people who were against the republic. The media is not saying anything. Big tech is stopping all leaks, but the people are aware. Trump's executive order 0033 now lets the government take assets from any bank or NGO that is connected to these operations. The Treasury is already raiding. H.R. 2184 is making its way through Congress to take away immunity from all officials involved. June 23rd, this is not politics anymore. It's the survival of the nation. Either traitors are caught or betrayal becomes the norm. The grand jury is ready. The whole country is watching. The elite's fear is real, and it's time for them to go. Tuesday, June 24th, Assange exposes Hollywood's war propaganda machine. Iran was scripted long before it was targeted. Julian Assange on Telegram. They told us it was fiction, just storytelling. But Julian Assange proved otherwise, and now the system is scrambling to bury the truth. For years, Hollywood has been programming the public mind for war with Iran. Not with facts, but with frames. Not with speeches, but with scripts. From Top Gun, Maverick to 24, Homeland, and the Fifth Estate, Assange exposed it all. The invisible battlefield where the weapons are not bullets, but belief. Top Gun, Maverick was not just a sequel. It was a military operation, cleared line by line by the Pentagon. The film fed millions a subconscious narrative. A brave U.S. pilot takes on a nameless enemy with unauthorized nuclear facilities. Buried in mountainous terrain, no names are mentioned, but the signs all scream Iran. That film did not prepare the public for entertainment. It prepared them for war. The terrain, the uniforms, the enemy secrecy, all carefully molded to send a justification. The message was subtle but surgical. War with Iran is necessary, heroic, and inevitable. And then came the Fifth Estate, the final insult, a film about Assange, not to honor his work, but to assassinate his character, funded by DreamWorks, timed with diplomatic attacks and designed to paint him as unstable, erratic, and egotistical. The goal was simple: destroy the messenger so the message could be ignored. What he exposed, war crimes, surveillance networks, globalist ties, was never challenged, so they attacked the man instead. Assange did not speculate, he documented. WikiLeaks released internal communications proving the Pentagon intelligence agencies directly influence film scripts, fund productions, and approve narratives. This is not a theory, it's a strategy. The battlefield isn't the desert, it's your mind. And unless we unmask these psychological operations, we're not resisting war, we're reciting lines from its screenplay. Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. President Trump has declared a ceasefire for Iran and Israel, though peace does not come easy. Terrorist sleeper cells were found to be embedded across the U.S. Be prepared for worldwide emergency alerts, blackouts, 10 days of communication darkness. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Judy note, a message from John F. Kennedy Jr., who was about to come out of hiding. My fellow Americans, this is John F. Kennedy Jr. speaking to you after years of silence. I was forced underground for your protection and for mine, but now the truth must come out. The same corrupt families who assassinated my father, who rigged your elections, who trafficked your children, still rule your world from the shadows. I've spent the last 2 decades gathering evidence, working with patriots, military insiders. On Friday, June 20th, Commander-in-Chief of the Worldwide Military Alliance, Donald Trump, activated his wartime powers, deployed the U.S. military and a coalition of 300,000 troops worldwide to make mass arrests of militants, terrorists, and global elites. Trump also announced activation of Nasara Jasara debt relief for the people of the world. On Monday, June 23rd, President Trump declared a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. However, a day before, on Sunday, June 22nd, a Level 1 Homeland Security alert was sent out that warned of cyber attacks, targeted assassinations, and coordinated violence from sleeper cells of illegal migrant terrorists embedded across the nation. Among them, there were at least 729 illegal immigrant Iranian extremists hiding in the U.S. who were likely to target Jewish, Israeli, and U.S. government-linked institutions. Monday, June 23rd, Iranian sleeper cells are now active in America. Biden let them in, and the silent war has begun. 17th letter. The enemy is no longer coming. It's already here. As of June 23, 2025, the United States is facing its most dangerous internal threat in modern history. Not from armies, but from sleeper cells embedded across our cities. They were not smuggled in, they were invited, and the trail leads straight to the Biden regime. This is not incompetence, this is infiltration by design. According to DHS leaks and whistleblowers, President Trump was directly threatened by Iran. Strike our nuclear sites, and will activate our operatives inside your borders. Trump did not back down. He ordered the strike. Targets were eliminated, but what followed exposed the true betrayal. Rather than defend the homeland, Biden opened the gates wider. Between FY 2021 and FY 2024, 1,500 Iranian nationals crossed the U.S. border illegally. 729 were released inside the country. DHS agents found discarded prayer rugs and passports at crossing points in Texas and Arizona. And now, according to internal memos, many of these individuals are unaccounted for, not lost but hidden, activated. A Level 1 Homeland Alert was issued on June 22nd, warning of cyber attacks, targeted assassinations, and coordinated violence tied to the Iran conflict. Already, state infrastructure in Florida, Georgia has been unexplained surges and probes. This is digital reconnaissance, soft penetration by IR grids, and emergency response. But cyber warfare is just one front. The real threat is walking the streets. These are not asylum seekers. They are trained operatives in sabotage, propaganda, psychological disruption. They are here to shatter trust in law enforcement, ignite religious and racial violence, and push the nation toward federal lockdown. And Biden is protecting them. Border officials are gagged. Data on terrorist watch list entries is being withheld for privacy. CBP leadership warned that unknown numbers have vanished into the interior, many tied to Iranian intelligence. Yet the administration responds with silence because chaos serves the agenda. This is the final phase. Collapse from within, flood the country with hostile actors, trigger a crisis, blame patriots, use the fallout to seize emergency power, and destroy the last remnants of sovereignty. Everything ties together. The open borders, the slander of Trump, the stalled EBS system, the encrypted attacks on QFS, and the delay of Jassara. Intelligence confirms Hezbollah networks are operating out of Michigan, Hamas-linked groups are entrenched in New Jersey, and Qatari finance cells are being housed through NGO-run shelters in California. This is not fear-mongering. This is the blueprint of a domestic insurgency, funded by billionaires, protected by the media, and coordinated through compromised government channels. The June 22nd DHS memo admits extremists are likely to target Jewish, Israeli, and U.S. government-linked institutions, but fails to admit the real source because they let them in, they track them. Then they hid the threat. What's coming isn't a random attack, it's a staged escalation, followed by false flags and lockdowns. They'll blame domestic extremism while the real enemy operates with cover, and the only man they fear, the one who bombed their facilities and defied their threats, is Donald J. Trump. The war is already in motion. The media won't report it, the sirens won't sound, but the signal has already been sent. Prepare, watch, speak truth while you still can.
Concern about our safety here at home in the wake of the strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. Breaking news today. Immigration and Customs agents announced they have arrested 15 illegal Iranian immigrants since Sunday. One of them admitted to ties to Hezbollah in Lebanon. A law enforcement source told Fox News the FBI is closely watching for any Iranian-backed sleeper agents in the wake of Operation Midnight Hammer. During the Biden administration, border agents arrested more than 1,500 Iranians who entered illegally at our southern border. They let nearly half of them go. President Trump on that this morning.
Monday, June 23rd, the Military Commissions Act is active. The tribunals have begun. The hunt is live, the storm operational. Julian Assange on Telegram. At exactly 12:01 p.m., January 20th, 2025, the switch was flipped. The world did not hear it, but those who needed to felt it. Military justice is no longer theoretical. It's fully operational. Camp Justice is live. Guantanamo is active. Military Commissions Act has been triggered, and with it, the global takedown begins. This is not politics. This is wartime law. Every traitor, every puppet, every architect of sabotage is now being hunted. This is not symbolic. This is the final phase. The military tribunals prepared under over 100 sealed executive orders are in motion. The courtroom has become the new battlefield and the enemy already cornered. Diego Garcia, Ramstein, Guantanamo, the tribunal hubs are locked in. Evidence is rolling. Witnesses are secured. JAG teams are deployed. This is not a drill. This is precision warfare against domestic enemies of the Republic. Special operations have begun executing the warrant phase. Every movement is tracked. Every bunker is known. Every escape route is cut off. The safe houses raided. The servers seized. Their network is collapsing in real time. No leaks, no delays, no mercy. Trump is not just a former president. He is now acting as supreme commander of the restored republic. And his order is clear: deliver justice swiftly and without compromise. And this is not about trials for show. This is about national survival. The Constitution is back, and the system of accountability is now in the hands of warfighters. Civilian courts are bypassed. Classified intel is admissible. Legal fiction is over. These are not polite proceedings. They are executions of military justice under wartime authority. The Military Commissions Act was designed for exactly this moment. If you betrayed America, this system was not made to hear you. It was made to end you. The swamp did not just get exposed, it got surrounded. The long arm of justice is not coming, it's already here. This is what happens when the truth is weaponized and silence is no longer an option. 12:01 p.m. mark the line in the sand. Everything after it is reckoning. Wars and rumors of wars. Monday, June 23rd, shockwave strike. Trump erases Iran's shadow economy in 13 minutes. Globalist networks collapse in real time. Julian Assange on Telegram. June 22nd, 2025. The strike heard across centuries. In just over 13 minutes, President Donald J. Trump shattered not just Iran's nuclear backbone, but the financial vaults of a global elite system that has ruled from the shadows for generations. Fordo wasn't just a nuclear site, he was a black budget fortress. Hidden hard drives, data caches, and off-ledger financial trails tied to London bullion networks, Frankfurt bond funnels, and Shanghai crypto conduits, all vaporized by 12 GBU-57 bunker busters. This wasn't war, it was financial exorcism. Intelligence revealed an imminent uranium for CBDC swap meant to trigger a controlled U.S. currency collapse before the 2026 elections. Trump's team intercepted it within hours. B-2 bombers left Whiteman under radio silence. Ohio-class subs fired T-LAMs. Israeli Unit 8200 jammed extraction comms. And Space Force blinded Chinese satellites long enough to ensure zero exfil. In 13 minutes, Fordo exploded. Natanz caved. Esfahan ignited. Centuries of deep state engineering collapsed in one synchronized operation. Phoenix Lance. By morning, Brussels faced an 800 billion euro liquidity black hole. Beijing's Belt and Road uranium deal vaporized. Wall Street gold spiked above 3,100 as double pledged bars surfaced. Iran's elite fled north by Russian helicopters, and Davos boardrooms fell into silence. Trump stood before the world with three coded truths. Number one, Iran must now make peace. Translation, the cabal lost its leverage. Number two, many targets remain. Translation, more nodes, more takedowns are coming. And number three, God bless America. Translation, the ancient game board just flipped. This was not about uranium. It was about shattering the shadow economy. The elites built their empire on secrecy, but in 13 minutes, Trump made their secrets dust. Phase 2 is loading. Tick-tock.
Obviously, people are reporting that Trump claims there's been a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Well, Iran's foreign minister insists no agreement has been reached officially. He says Iran won't escalate if Israel halts its illegal aggression. But shortly after, Iran fired missiles at Israel. So I don't know what's going on, but this is a very weird state of affairs, Charlie. And if you go down the common sense route, it almost looks like it's all being made up. Yes, missiles are being fired, but no one's declared war on each other. It's a strange one, this.
It is. And on that same point, Paul, we had some of our friends round yesterday, and they come from Ukraine. And I was asking them about their family members, and a number of their family members, sadly, but they said, it's just sort of come to an end. It's gone silent. Nobody's telling us anything. Nothing's happened. Nothing's happening at all. Everybody's looking at Israel and Iran. They've forgotten all about Ukraine. What's happening? She was saying to me, what's happening, Charlie? I said, well, I did tell you this 4 or 5 years ago. And she said, I know. I'm beginning to realize now. I said, it's all pantomime. It's all part of it. And when I went through why, I said, if you're going to take over a country, if you were going to invade it, one of the places in 4 years that you would have taken was Kiev. It's the capital, the hub. I haven't touched it. There's still festivals and parties, and everybody goes about their life as normal in Kiev. All of the issues are where the bioweapons factories are and where the child trafficking is. And my heart goes out to everybody in Ukraine, everyone in Russia, everyone in Iran, everyone in Israel. My heart goes out to you because you're pawns in a game. And some of you won't make it through this for whatever reason. But this is a massive lesson in life. We're moving out of a continuous war that the deep state, the cabal, want to continue. We're moving into a time of peace. But to get there, we have to cross some very rocky waters. And we have to remove the people in the swamp that thrive off war because they fund both sides. And they're very, very wealthy people. And when they become wealthy, they become powerful. When they become powerful, they become corrupt.
Monday, June 23rd, U.S. bombings of Iran spark airline detours, delays, and cancellations. Sunday, June 22nd, Marines beat the crap out of violent protesters in L.A., Real Raw News. And Monday, June 23rd, General Raising Cane discusses Operation Midnight Hammer, U.S. strike against Iranian nuclear sites. Operation Midnight Hammer involves 7 B-2 Spirit bombers flying from Missouri to Iran, requiring multiple in-flight refuelings and coordination with U.S. escort aircraft. The mission targeted 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, marking a significant escalation in the Iran-Israel conflict. The operation included 125 U.S. military aircraft and employed 75 precision-guided weapons, including 14 massive ordnance penetrators, marking their first operational use. No shots were fired at U.S. aircraft during the mission, highlighting the element of surprise and operational security maintained throughout. Initial battle damage assessments indicate severe destruction at all 3 sites. Though final assessments are pending, the mission's success was attributed to stringent operational security, with few in Washington aware of the timing or the nature of the plan. Monday, June 23rd, my fellow Americans, this is John F. Kennedy Jr. speaking to you after years of silence. I was forced underground for your protection and for mine, but now the truth must come out. Same corrupt families who assassinated my father, who rigged your elections, who trafficked your children, still rule your world from the shadows. I've spent the last 2 decades gathering evidence, working with patriots, military insiders, and whistleblowers from around the globe. What we have uncovered is darker than anything you've been allowed to imagine. Human sacrifice, biowarfare, underground facilities, fake wars, staged events. It all leads to one cabal. And yes, we have the names. Yes, we have the documents. Yes, we have the video. I am now preparing you to go live and reveal everything, but time is short, and they are trying to block this message before it spreads. JFK Awakening on Telegram. Monday, June 23rd, Fox News. 4 men have officially pleaded guilty to a $550 million U.S. aid fraud scheme. Democrats pretended like Elon Musk's exposure of the agency was just a conspiracy theory. They used your tax dollars to buy NBA tickets, country club weddings, and laundered millions in cash through corrupt entities. One defendant exploited his position at USAID to line his pockets with bribes in exchange for more than $550 million in contracts. The corrupt Obama and Biden administrations, Monday, June 23rd. During his presidency, Barack Obama made 3 cash payments to Iran. January 17, 2016, $400 million. January 22nd, $1.3 billion. And February 5th, 2016, $10 million. Obama was paying his organization, Donald Trump. Barack Obama is the founder of ISIS. He's the founder. White Hats on Telegram. Monday, June 23rd, bombs that Obama dropped during his 8 years as president, adding conservative estimates for Libya, Yemen, Somalia, and Pakistan, and accounting for unreported strikes. The total number of bombs dropped during Obama's presidency likely ranges between 100,000 and 150,000. This is rough, as the Pentagon's definition of a strike can involve multiple bombs and covert operations lack full disclosure. Donald J. Trump on Telegram.
Biden literally
rigged elections, Monday, June 23rd. This is your reminder that California Governor Gavin Newsom's recall was rigged twice. More than 300 mail-in ballots for the governor's recall race were found inside a car parked at this torn 7-Eleven with a man sleeping inside of it. There was Xanax, a gun, meth, and other mail. Rigged this time, or if it was last time, Elon Musk on Telegram. Climate hoax. Monday, June 23rd, Professor Ian Plimer on the climate hoax. Climate, sea level, and ice sheets have always changed, and the changes observed today are less than those of the past. CO2 lags about 800 years behind temperature increase, so it cannot be the cause. First, it was called global cooling in the 1970s, then global warming, and now climate change, as it covers both sides. Oh no, I forgot, it's now called global boiling, according to the UN's president. Monday, June 23rd, he's shut down USAID. He shut down the Green New Steel. He shut down the Ukrainian money laundering scam. He's shutting down the deep state's boogeyman in Iran, and who they paid as a proxy to create ongoing chaos and fund all terrorism in the Middle East. He's shutting down everything the deep state has built and relied on for the last 75 years. So anyone out there, they're saying Trump is just like the rest of them, is not seeing the whole picture. The action in Iran is not another endless war on terror. No, it is in fact the end of the artificial war on terror we've been involved in since the first Iraq war under New World Order Bush. Anyone comparing President Trump to any of the warmongering puppets that came before him is pure BS. This first year is a cleanup operation. The people screaming about Trump are actually screaming in pain because their entire system of war, grift, eugenics, and control is being dismantled. It makes sense. I'd be freaking out too if everything I had helped build and lived off of was suddenly being destroyed before my eyes. How completely out of control it must feel after having the illusion of control for so long. Things will continue to get worse for them right up until the time the handcuffs get slapped on them all. Don't buy the noise. Patriots are in control, and they are not only going to make America great again, they are going to make the world great again. Enjoy the show. MAGA. Make the world great again. Spartan Viking on Telegram.
Currently, our advertising platforms have been suspended without any reason.
This is a difficult time for us. We will continue to work hard and dedicate ourselves to you, but we also greatly need your support. The funds that you donate through Give Send Go are the main source of money for us to continue covering expenses. If you find value in what we are doing, please continue to support and accompany us by selecting the monthly donate package for us via Give Send Go at the link below. Restored Republic relies solely upon donations from people like you to keep our site functional and free to use. Make America great again. God bless America. God bless us all.
Corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters. The deep state now is panicking like we've never seen before. Every day that passes and Trump continually removes everything that they put into place, the panic, the fear is becoming real. And you could see with the latest event in Iran, we shouldn't even call it a war because there was no war. It was an event. Because once again, what is Trump doing? Step back, take a look at the 40,000-foot view. He's removing the deep state players. Everything that they put into place, he's removing them. All the fear, all the scare tactics that they used on we the people, he is now shutting it down. He's removing the state-funded terrorists. He's removing the intelligence that they've been receiving. He's removing the intelligence from those individuals within D.C. He's removing their funding. He's removing everything that made them the deep state. And what we're now witnessing is that with this latest event, Trump was able to see the board once again. He was able to see those individuals that were loyal to him, that trusted him, and those individuals that turned on him in a moment's notice. It's amazing what fear does when you start to see certain things and you're like, well, if he's not going to do what I want, well, he's out. I don't like it now. Actually, it pushes people into showing you who they truly are. Instead of trusting the individual that you voted for, trusting the individual that was going to take this country back. And what's very interesting is when you watch Trump and you actually look at what he does, he uses the art of war, or as he would like to say, the art of the deal. And for him to actually establish the deal, he needs to establish leverage. He needs to make sure that he has the upper hand and the enemy is at its weakest point, or the person that he's dealing with is at their weakest point. So how do you get leverage over a deep state country? You have to weaken them. You have to take what they have and destroy it. It gives you the leverage. It gives you the strength. Remember, the other presidents, they were part of the system. Trump now is establishing strength. Remember, peace through strength. You can't have peace unless you have the strength, unless you have the leverage. How do you get the leverage? You can't be wishy-washy. You can't sit back. You have to show the world, and the world is watching, your strength. Listen, we're going to destroy you. We're going to remove everything that you have. We're going to remove your nuclear uranium enrichment system. And we're going to make it so you can't do anything. You can't say, hey, we're going to attack you. We're going to create a nuclear bomb. We're going to do any of these things. This is what the deep state has used for a very, very long time. All that is gone. They don't have the leverage. Who has the leverage? Trump has the leverage. Can Trump now say, listen, this is what I want from you. I want an unconditional surrender. Do you think they're going to do it? Of course they are. They're at their weakest point. They don't have anything else to fight back with. Actually, the last part of this, when you saw Iran fire the missiles, it was part of the show. They warned Qatar. They warned all the different areas that this is what's going to happen because they needed to save face on the world stage. We saw this going back to when Trump took out Soleimani. Iran fired missiles at the U.S. base, and they told Trump, we're not going to hit the base. We're going to, make the missiles land around the base. And this way, we can negotiate. The same thing just happened now. The same thing happened where now Trump can work with Iran. And I do believe maybe down the line, there will be regime change. Now, of course, not the regime change. And I think this is why Trump said, this is a word or a taboo word that nobody likes to use called regime change. But this is not the regime change of the neocons, of the deep state players, where they come in, they take over the countries, bloodshed everywhere, they install their puppet government. I do believe moving forward, we're going to see a peaceful change of leadership in Iran. And I do believe this is going to be part of the deal that Trump now is going to negotiate. So there was no war. There's no World War III that everyone was talking about. All we're going to see now is peace. Now, this doesn't mean the deep state players aren't going to try to retaliate. Remember, Trump has now obliterated the deep state, and he used that word specifically. We'll be talking about that a little bit later. Specifically in Iran, obliterated the deep state there. That doesn't mean the deep state in other places where they might try to do something, maybe with the illegals that they brought in, the terrorists that they brought in, the Iranian terrorists that they brought in. They might try to do something. They might even try to use a cyber attack and blame it on Iran or maybe another country. And this is why I do believe DHS put out a warning saying that be careful, something might occur because the deep state right now, they're panicking. Fear is setting in. And what happens when you back a wild animal into a corner? Well, they come out and they try to scratch, they try to bite, they try to do whatever they possibly can to get out of the corner. This is what the deep state is doing right now. And you can see they are now in trouble. Trump has all the leverage, and he's going to use this leverage. And you can see the deep state, they're getting weaker and weaker every day that passes. And what he's going to do, he's going to force the D's to defend the indefensible, everything. And that's what they're doing right now. They're defending everything that people don't want, which means those individuals, even the rhinos, even those people that say they're MAGA, they're going to be primaried. They're going to be removed during the midterms. We have to remember, Trump is setting this up because he understands to take control, to have, once again, the leverage to make deals, to get things done. You need to have the deep state at their weakest point. Having the D's and the rhinos and all those people that are going to stand in your way in the House or in the Senate doesn't work. So all of this is based around removing these individuals. And yes, what we're seeing, yes, is the obliteration of the deep state players, the removal of the deep state players, removal of their intelligence, removal of their funding, removal of everything that they put into place. And once we remove them from the House and the Senate, Trump then has complete leverage over it all. And the deep state at this point is finished. And when you have your enemy so weak, so afraid, you can actually go after them. What do you think Trump's going to do? He's going to go after them. Now, of course, he's not going to be going around saying, I'm arresting you. He's going to have the DOJ. He's going to have the FBI. He's going to have prosecutors, attorney generals in other states. You're going to see indictments like crazy because once again, there's no fear of the deep state retaliating. You took it all away from them. The only thing I do believe they probably have left is individuals within this country where they can create riots so they can escape. That I do believe will be their final performance that we will witness. In between that period of time and now, we might see another scare event, just like we saw here. Because remember, we're now removing the deep state. We're removing everything that they put into place. And of course, they don't want to leave. They don't want to lose all of this. So they will do whatever they possibly can, and they will become desperate in the end, which means there might be a cyber attack. There might be a scared nuke event. I'm not saying these things are going to happen, but we always need to be on the lookout that maybe something like this might occur. And it doesn't mean that we'll have blackouts and the internet will be down for years to come. It means they might try, but again, they will fail because Trump and the Patriots, they know the playbook. They know exactly what they're doing. So when you see these type of things, don't get scared. Don't get worried. Don't think that, oh, Trump is going off and he's going to be, he's going to become a rhino. He's going to become a neocon. He's going with the deep state players. He's not doing that at all. He's using what they have already put into place, and he's using it against them to get the leverage. And sometimes you have to do this also to see the board. So we'll be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about what's happening with all these illegals in this country, because you could see the deep state players, they're trying to keep the illegals in this country. And like we said before, they're probably going to try to use these illegals and Antifa and the rest to create riots when they need it, when they need to escape. And what's very interesting, and Eyal Yacobi put this out, said just one day after being released from ICE, Syrian national Mahmoud Khalil is back on the streets of New York City, leading a protest with chants of globalize the intifada. So basically, he's back protesting. This individual who is a guest in this country, he's back to what he's doing. Julie Kelly says he missed his newborn anchor baby so much he had to go out and protest. So he's in this country as a guest, and he's against America. Very interesting. Julie Kelly also put this out. Unbelievable. A Tennessee magistrate judge denied Trump DOJ motion to detain Maryland dad Kilmar Abrigo Garcia on federal charges of drug and human smuggling. Judge Barbara Holmes goes to great lengths to defend Abrigo, his preferred surname, she said, from DOJ's allegations and his alleged due process rights, and considering the ease with which D.C. judges routinely denied releases of January 6ers indicted on nonviolent offenses. Holmes said, but the foundation of the administration of our criminal law depends on the bedrock of due process. That due process demands that every person charged with a federal crime be afforded a presumption of innocence unless proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and that the deprivation of an individual's liberty prior to trial can occur only in carefully limited circumstances with all the procedural safeguards afforded by the Bail Reform Act. This guy's not even a citizen. He's a citizen of El Salvador. He's not a citizen of the United States. Let me continue. Abrigo, like every person arrested on federal criminal charges, is entitled to a full and fair determination of whether he must remain in federal custody pending trial. The court will give Abrigo the due process that he is guaranteed. Well done, Chief Justice Roberts. Per Justice Department official, he will stay in Marshall's custody until Wednesday, and then, even if released, he stays in ICE custody. Translation: Garcia will not be walking the streets again. So yes, these judges might say, you're free to go. But the DOJ ICE is saying, absolutely not. Again, you came into this country illegally, and you're going to be removed. You're going to be detained. And once again, like we said, these people are here illegally. They broke the law. They're not citizens. The Constitution does not cover them. So once again, we can see where these judges stand. And this is what Trump is showing we, the people. He's showing the people, look, do you see the deep state system? Do you see them for who and what they are? And every day that passes, and as these people defend these illegals, because they need these illegals, they need it for cheating in the election, they need it for the riots, they need it for whatever they need it for to actually work, the crops and all that other stuff they've been talking about. But once again, this is what the people are now seeing, and the people, they're rejecting all this. Even the D's are rejecting this. So in the end, this is not going to go the way the deep state, the D's, think it's going to go, because the people are not going to be going along with this. And as time goes on, the people are going to see the truth of the matter. And it's getting worse and worse for the Ds. I do believe their approval rating is going to be probably down in the single digits when all's said and done. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the U.S. House right now, Disclosed TV put this out, is now banning the WhatsApp from lawmakers' phones. They're citing a potential security risk involved with its use. So that is very, very interesting. I wonder who's listening. Didn't Facebook buy WhatsApp and it's supposed to be an encrypted system? How much you want to bet all the deep state players have all the encryption keys and they're monitoring the conversations? And I do believe this is why the House said, you know what, they can't use this. I think none of the House members, none of the Senate, they should not use any of their own phones, any of these type of apps. Anytime they're doing business, it should be on a secured phone. And this is very, very interesting how this is all playing out. And actually, we should probably change out the apps that the deep state has been using for a very long time. Probably should be new ones, and this way they don't have any access to them. But let's see how this all plays out. This will be very interesting moving forward, because I do believe we'll probably find out that, yes, the deep state players, they've been eavesdropping on all the individuals in the House and the Senate. Now, the other thing that we could see, that the deep state players, they're losing their grip on gun control. And in the big, beautiful bill, actually, this shuts down everything that they've been trying to do in regards to gun control. And out in Texas right now, Governor Abbott, he signed a bill removing short barrel rifles from Texas prohibited weapons list. So everything that they put together over a long period of time, it's all being undone. And I do believe that most of the laws, probably almost 100% of them, they are probably completely unconstitutional in this country in regards to gun control. And just think about this. Let me read the First Amendment here, and then I'll read the Second Amendment. Congress shall make no law representing an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech. So Congress shall make no law that will shut any of these down, violate this amendment, or of the press, or of the right of people to peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. So that's the First Amendment. The Second Amendment says the following. A well-regulated militia. Now, it doesn't mean regulated from the government. Regulated means trained people militia. The militia was not the National Guard. The militia was not the armed forces. It was the everyday person. So a well-trained, that's what regulated means. It doesn't mean regulations. It doesn't mean the government's going to regulate you. It means a well-trained individual with their weapon. Being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, from all the Federalist Papers and from the past history, basically, the right of the people to keep and bear arms. Keep and have a weapon, which means you can carry the weapon. Arms is any weapon. They didn't say, hey, you can have a musket, you can have a shotgun, because our founding fathers knew that arms change over time. So they put these in place, and this one says shall not be infringed, which means do not violate this amendment. And the first one says you make no law and violate the First Amendment. So with the Second Amendment, with all these things that they put into place, you can have this weapon, you can't have that weapon. You have to have a license, you have to have a permit, you have to do all these different things. Can you imagine if you took that same thing and you applied it to the First Amendment? Oh, wait, you want to speak freely in New Jersey, let's say? You will need a permit. I mean, isn't that what they're doing with the Second Amendment? Oh, if you would like to say these certain words, you will need a word permission license to do this. Basically, this is what they're doing to the Second Amendment. And it sounds ridiculous when you say it when you are talking about the First Amendment, but this is what they did with the Second Amendment. So everything that they put into place, everything that they've done here, it all has to be removed. And we need to go back to the roots. We need to go back to the Constitution. And let's see if this all happens with Trump, which I do believe it's going to, because I do believe once we've put these individuals in that follow the rule of law, follow the Constitution, follow the history of the Constitution, I do believe they're going to find many, many, many of these laws They are completely and utterly unconstitutional. Remember, the deep state players, they continually put all this in place and they uphold these laws because they put certain individuals in place to make sure that no one ever removes them. And they were doing it with the Supreme Court. They were trying to bring in as many people as possible to go against the Constitution every step of the way. But I do believe this is all about to change, just like it's all changing out in Iran right now. And what's very interesting about Iran and about what happened out in California, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department put out a very, very strange message. Libs of TikTok put this out and said, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office sends condolences to Iran following the U.S. destroying their nuclear plants. This is what the L.A. County Sheriffs put out. Our hearts go out to the victims and families impacted by the recent bombings in Iran. While this tragic event occurred overseas, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is closely monitoring the situation alongside our local and state and federal partners. What? That's crazy. Then they apologized for this and said, and this is what they said. We're issuing this statement to formally apologize for an offensive and inappropriate social media post recently posted on our department's social media platforms regarding the ongoing conflict in Iran. The post was unacceptable, made in error, and does not reflect the views of Sheriff Robert G. Luna or the department. They're launching a review to find out how in the world did this happen. And think about it. How did this happen? Did they have someone working in the office where they're completely against the United States? You mean there was an individual who was a sleeper there, they didn't realize it, and they decided to put this message out there? Think about that small office and then think about D.C. That should tell you everything you need to know. And think about it. All these individuals, they're all out there complaining and carrying on that Trump did something unconstitutional. Well, once again, you have to remember the deep state players, they put all these things into place so they could have regime change in every single country. And during that period of time, they were all for the regime change. They were all for the bombing. Look what Nancy Pelosi said back in March 18th of 2011. I commend POTUS for his leadership. Gaddafi's horrific brutality against his own people will not be tolerated and must stop. So it's okay for the United States to go into Libya to stop Gaddafi. Think about it. And remember, Obama, he was bombing like crazy using the authorization in 2011. And did he get congressional authorization? No, he did not. Again, they put all these things into place on purpose to have regime change. It was only meant for them to get around everything. Now Trump is using it and using it to get rid of them. They don't like this. And what's very interesting, when Trump used everything that they put into place, the War Powers Act and everything else, he needed to notify Congress 48 hours in advance. He did this while the planes were in the air. Very interesting. He called Hakeem Jeffries, and he didn't answer. He didn't answer the phone. I think that tells you everything you need to know. And no, he wasn't going to call everyone and have them debate about this. This is not how this works. We're not at war. He's protecting U.S. interests. Remember, the deep state players, they put all of this together. And they thought, and of course, everyone, the fake news and everyone else, thought he was going to bring us to World War III. That is not the case whatsoever. That wasn't the mission. His mission was to obliterate the deep state players. Make it so the neocons, the deep state players, the state-funded terrorists, Israel, they can no longer use the argument that Iran is creating a nuclear weapon. They use this to push fear across the world. Now it's gone. What are they going to do? They can't use it. They used it with North Korea. They kept saying North Korea is very, very close to getting a nuclear weapon. North Korea is going to destroy the world. And now, if you notice, they're not even mentioning that anymore. But you could see the bunker buster bombs, they went through, they hit their targets, and everyone's like, oh my God, look, the whole thing's not destroyed. Well, remember, it goes deep underground to hit the deep state bunker under the mountain. And Trump, he put this out and said, the damage to the nuclear site in Iran is said to be monumental. The hits were hard and accurate. Great skill was shown by our military. Thank you. So that's interesting. It's monumental. It's going to be looked at in the future as absolutely incredible. He was able to get rid of the deep state players. And then he put that exact same post in another post with the B-2 bomber coming back. So that is very interesting. By the way, this video was 46 seconds long. So let's just read post 46, November 2nd, 2017. Why is the information R.E. Barack Obama important? Uranium 1 and export approval to Canada to EU. Where is Barack Obama today? Did Barack Obama and or his admin ever make false statements that Uranium 1 would never be exported from the U.S.? Who made those statements? Who did they report to? Why is this relevant? The public has been given a select taste, sampling. Rest assured others have it all, 100% verifiable and impossible to refute. Why is this relevant? Who controls the narrative? Why are left-wing organizations beginning to report on DNC, de-corruption? Does the CIA have operators inside the mainstream media? What happens if exposed? What happens if tied back as knowing to executives? What does this have to do with leaking? What if it can be verified no source stories made up were in fact and approved to be published? The wormhole goes deep. So he's talking about Barack Obama, talking about uranium, and what happened out in Iran. Well, it looks like their entire uranium processing plant was destroyed. And what's very interesting is that Israel, they went ahead and they hit the Fordow facility once again, but not the facility itself. It actually hit the roads, the access routes in and out. So this way, they probably can't transfer the uranium. Now, there is some confusion of the deep state players, were they able to get the uranium out of this area, which I do believe this is where they probably kept uranium. Yes, the deep state players, they were operating in this area. Barack Obama, many others, they set them up. They pushed the fear. They also have their state-funded terrorist plants where they created the weapons and they shipped them all across the Middle East. And what's very interesting is we could see from the satellites, they had trucks lined up, and it looks like they were trying to get the uranium out, or maybe they were bringing uranium in and storing it deep down, thinking that there's no way that this bunker buster bomb would ever reach it. But Marina Medvin put this out and said, India today is reporting that there may have been new intelligence that prompted U.S. strikes on Iran. Satellite imagery recorded new activity around Fordow, including 16 cargo trucks on June 19th and 20th, which is very, very interesting. And basically, the news is also saying that the nuclear facilities, the reactors, might have been left intact. So that is very interesting. Now remember, these were precision hits. So the U.S. strikes achieved their core objective, obliterating Iran's capacity to weaponize nuclear material. Satellite imagery confirms Fordow's structural collapse from 12 GBU-57 bunker busters, while Natanz's centrifuge halls took direct hits. Isfahan's uranium conversion plant was annihilated per Maxar's analysis. Though deeper tunnels require further scrutiny, the Maximum Pressure Act mandates relentless sanctions until Iran verifiably dismantles its program. This isn't about flattening every building. It's about strategic disruption. The IAEA confirmed no radiation leaks, proving precision targeting. While 60% enriched uranium remains, the infrastructure to process weapon-grade material took a decisive blow. Deterrence through strength works. Trump, he put this out and said, the sites that we hit in Iran were totally destroyed, and everyone knows it. Only the fake news would say anything different in order to try and demean as much as possible. And even they say they were pretty well destroyed. Working especially hard on this falsehood is Allison Cooper of Fake News CNN, Dumb Brian L. Roberts, chairman of Comcast, Johnny Carl of ABC Fake News, and Always the Losers of, again, Comcast, NBC fake news. It never ends with these sleazebags in the media, and that's why their ratings are at an all-time low. Zero credibility. So these weapons were precision weapons. They weren't blowing up everything. And it looks like Trump and team, they confirmed that it was completely and utterly hit. Now, the other thing that we could see is that the deep state players, Iran, they were threatening with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. But it looks like they haven't done that yet. But the other thing that's very interesting about this is that Brick's suit actually says, you know something? Maybe we shouldn't be using the Strait of Hormuz anymore. Maybe it's now time to create a new canal through the United Arab Emirates. And actually, that is probably a good idea. It's not that big of a stretch of land. And this way, we don't have to use the Strait of Hormuz ever again. And actually, there'll be two ways of getting back and forth. But let's see how this all plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting. Now, the other thing that we could see is that there are certain individuals, with everything that was going on, they were brought out into the open. And you could see that these individuals, they were not behind the commander-in-chief, and they were basically moving towards the Democratic side. And one of those individuals was Thomas Massie. He put out a post and said, this is not constitutional. Congressman Greg Steube responded to him and said, as a lawyer, a veteran who wore the uniform, and a JAG who served in Operation Iraq Freedom, I can say unequivocally, you're wrong. President Trump has full constitutional authority to take military action against Iran's nuclear program without formal declaration of war. Article 2, Section 2 empowers the commander-in-chief to use the armed forces to defend national interests and respond to imminent threats. The War Powers Resolution of 1973 allows a 60-day window plus a 30-day withdrawal period as long as Congress is notified within 48 hours. Claims that this action were unconstitutional are simply false. We all know Iran and its proxies were actively seeking nuclear weapons and targeting American troops and allies. President Trump stepped up and stopped them. I'm glad we have a commander-in-chief who eliminates terrorists instead of pandering to them like you do. And think about it. If Congress had to debate this, where do you think this would go? It would go nowhere. And again, this is not war. This is Trump protecting national security in this country and around the world. So once again, think about what he did. He allowed the resident to come in. He allowed the deep state players to do what they do best. He knew under the resident, the deep state players would allow Iran to enrich the uranium. Now think about it. Under Obama, actually going back in time, Iran never reached this level. Actually, under Obama, it was at a very low level. Under Trump, it was a very, very low level. And as soon as the resident came in, they saw their opportunity to allow Iran to enrich up to 60, 70, 80%, very close to that 90% mark. And I do believe Trump did this on purpose to actually show everyone, look, they truly are very, very close to a nuclear weapon. This actually allowed him, at this point, the ability to go in and hit these targets. See, in the past, they could never show that Iran was enriching to that percentage level. Trump was able to do it because he allowed the deep state players to do what they do best. Never interfere with an enemy while they're in the process of destroying themselves. Just like with the illegals coming over the border. Trump told everyone this is what they were going to do. And no one believed it. Of course, the MAGA people believed it, but everyone else didn't believe it. But then the people saw it. The same thing with here. If Trump didn't allow the resident to come in and allow the deep state players to do what they do best, Trump wouldn't be able to make his case. This allowed Trump to say, look, see, you have to show the people. This is what they're doing. You see it? Boom. This is why he was allowed to do this. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the former president of Russia, Medvedev, he came out and said that other countries will supply Iran with nuclear warheads, which is very, very interesting. So Trump, he responded to the former president and he said, did I hear former President Medvedev from Russia casually throwing around the N-word, nuclear, and saying that he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran? Did he really say that, or is it just a figment of my imagination? If he did say that, and if confirmed, please let me know immediately. The N-word should not be treated so casually. I guess that's why Putin's the boss. By the way, if anyone thinks our hardware was great over the weekend, far and away the strongest and best equipment we have, 20 years advanced over the pack, is our nuclear submarines. They are the most powerful and lethal weapons ever built, and just launched the 30 Tomahawks. All 30 hit their mark perfectly. So, in addition to our great fighter pilots, thank you to the captain and crew. Now, he said the N-word, and there's only one post with the N-word. That is post 936, March 10th, 2018. And it shows a picture of the Hitler regime, all hailing Hitler. And down below it says the Nazi order. NWO, N does not refer to new. It doesn't refer to Nazi. What does N refer to? Nuclear. Then the next line is the sum of all fears. North Korea, POTUS, hostage threat, disarm, stage set, freedom. Post 521, January 13th, 2018. This is the post where it says scare necessary event. It says we are at war, an @ sign, which is information war. Not everything will be clean. Scare necessary event. Do you trust the U.S. military? Do you trust the chain of command? Have faith. We're in control. So again, here's the scare event. Was Iran the scare event? Or, since Trump said the N-word, sum of all fears, is the deep state going to try to do something else? Because I do believe Trump needs to bring the country and the world to the precipice so the people can see the truth. Because only at the precipice will people find the will, the strength to change and break the system of control. Only at this point in time will they then be free. And DHS, they put out a warning from now until September 22nd, 2025. It says the ongoing Iran conflict is causing a heightened threat environment in the United States. Low-level cyber attacks against U.S. networks by pro-Iranian hacktivists are likely, and cyber actors affiliated with the Iranian government may conduct attacks against U.S. networks. Iran also had a long-standing commitment to target U.S. government officials it views as responsible for the death of an Iranian military commander. The likelihood of violent extremists in the homeland independently mobilizing to violence in response to the conflict would likely increase if Iranian leadership issued a religious ruling calling for retaliatory violence against targets in the homeland. At this point, I don't know if the Iranian leadership will issue a religious ruling calling for violence. They might. I mean, we see the Ayatollah doing this, but I think at this point in time, they have just given Trump the ability and the leverage to usher in a peace deal. But again, that doesn't mean the deep state players who are behind all this, they might push a false flag saying it was Iran. I think when the peace deal is done, that's going to be a little tough. Or they might use just some other type of sect saying that, we must, So we'll have to watch how this all plays out. And the warning is until September 22nd, 2025. But DHS might retract this if Trump has a peace deal. But what's very interesting is what Trump said about the former president of Russia. Because remember, there are still deep state players that are out there, and it looks like he might be one of them. This is why he said we're lucky that Putin is the boss, because Putin is not doing this. So this is going to be very, very interesting. And what other deep state players are going to try to push something? Like we said from the very, very beginning, the deep state, when they're cornered, they are going to fight back with everything that they have. And we've been talking about the sum of all fears for a very, very long time. And we'll have to see how this all plays out moving forward. But the other thing that we could see is that Iran, they went ahead and they launched missiles at Qatar. They launched missiles at other bases. And you had Kuwait and other places. They were all at high alert, but they were all intercepted. And once again, and nothing was really damaged. Remember when Trump met with all the leaders of the Middle East right before all this happened? Do you think he set it all up to make sure all the Middle Eastern countries were on his side? I do believe he did. And remember, the last time Iran launched the missiles at a U.S. base, it was in response to Trump taking out Soleimani. They told us they were going to attack. We evacuated the base. They never really hit the base. They never hit the planes. They went ahead and they hit outside of the base, and some of the missiles didn't even make it. And it looks like they did the same exact thing right now. 3 Iranian officials with plans said that Iran gave advance notice to Qatari officials that attacks were coming as a way to minimize casualties. The officials said Iran symbolically needed to strike back at the U.S., but at the same time carried it out in a way that allowed all sides to exit ramp. They described it as a similar strategy to 2020 when Iran gave Iraq heads up before firing ballistic missiles at an American base in Iraq following the assassination of its top general. So as of now, it looks like nobody was hurt. There were no casualties. There was nothing. And we've seen this movie before. Very interesting. Trump, he put this out and said, Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response, which we expected, and have very effectively countered. There have been 14 missiles fired, 13 were knocked down, and 1 was set free because it was headed in a non-threatening direction. I am pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done. Most importantly, they've gotten it all out of their system, and there will be, hopefully, no further hate. I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region. I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. So basically, Trump is letting us know this was all a show, and now they can discuss peace. Now, the question is, was the deal done way before this? Most likely, probably yes. Was Trump communicating with those individuals in Iran using a back channel? Most likely, yes. He's also given the order to Israel. It is time to end it. Is Israel controlling Trump, or is Trump controlling Israel? Trump is controlling Israel. And I do believe Israel is going to do what Trump says to do. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is just like Trump, when he toured the Middle East right before this happened, he set everything up, make sure that all the Middle Eastern countries were on his side, and he made deals with them. He also did it with Putin. He made sure that Putin understood what he was about to do. Clandestine put this out. Flash back to 9 days ago. Trump confirmed that he had an hour-long call with Putin. But it was not about Ukraine. It was about Iran. I'll bet anything Trump confirmed with Putin that there would be no retaliation from Russia if he struck Iran. Trump covered his bases first. Trump did not do this strike recklessly. Trump made sure beforehand that World War III would not happen if he struck Iran's nuclear facilities. He did not strike, then wait to see what Russia would do. An agreement was already in place with Putin before the strike. Trump knew what he was doing the whole damn time. You mean Trump plans things? Of course he does. He doesn't just willy-nilly do this. He's a planner. He's a builder. He's a businessman. Everything is accounted for. And he makes sure that everything is in place because his entire motivation is not to go to war. It's to end the wars and basically remove everything the deep state players have put into place. Clinton put this out. Iranian foreign minister just met with Putin. Putin pretty much said he condemns the attack by the U.S. and Israel, and that he is willing to help the Iranians diplomatically, but no mention of military involvement. Iran, they're on their own. There will be no World War III, and that's exactly what happened. And he will come in, and I do believe peacefully, I do believe we might see a change of leadership. I don't think people will be rising up the streets. I mean, we might see a little bit of this, but I do believe that I think Putin is going to handle the new leadership of Iran with Trump, not him alone. Brian Cates explains what we have seen. The globalist cult members, part of the cult that controlled Iran, were engaging in propaganda here, playing up the Iranian threat to keep all the money changing hands, threatening to take away Iran's nuclear threat. They've been playing with the world for several generations. They feared he would do this. It's why they tried to turn his head into pink mist live on camera in Butler 11 months ago. He wasn't bluffing about ending the threat, and sick shit, they've used that threat to cash in on. What happens when you cry wolf in the town square anymore because the hunter shot your wolf and skinned it and mounted its head on his trophy wall? Trump literally did exactly what the globalists wanted him to do. Or did they? No, they just wanted to use this as fear. That's what they did. They used the idea that Iran's going to blow up the world with their nuclear weapons. Instead, Iran was their factory where they produced the state-funded weapons and the state-funded terrorists. They never really wanted anyone to go into Iran. Now Trump has basically removed all of this and shut it all down. And you could see those individuals that want regime change, they're coming out of the woodwork. John Bolton put this out and said, President Trump did the right thing for America in striking Iran's nuclear weapons program. Now on to regime change. Do you really think Trump is going to do regime change like the deep state does regime change or the neocons do regime change? Absolutely not. We're not going with boots on the ground. We're not putting in a puppet government so we can fight against the people of Iran trying to take back their country. I do believe he got Putin involved so this way they can talk about new leadership in Iran without a bloody mess, without boots on the ground, and the people must vote for their new leadership. Charlie Kirk put this out and said, a bottom-up revolution rises from the will of the people. A top-down regime change is engineered by elites and the intel community. One is organic, the other is orchestrated, forced. The line is very thin and must proceed extremely carefully. Before you know it, we could be in a situation like Libya. President Trump is talking about an organic uprising. America cannot get involved in a forceful decapitation effort in Persia. And that's absolutely true. So I do believe that with everything that Trump is doing, he's pushing all the deep state players and all those people that were pretending they were MAGA out into the open. And now they're all in the spotlight. And once again, he's not going to have regime change like the deep state has regime change. That is not going to happen. But we can see there's certain individuals that are calling for regime change, and one of them is the Crown Prince Reza. Now, he is the son of the Shah, and once again, he is the Crown Prince. And do we really need royalty ruling that country? I don't think so. Rudy Giuliani put this out and said, Reva Pahlavi is the son of the Shah, who was a brutal, hated dictator. He offers nothing but a return to his father's corrupt dictatorship. For decades, the Savak, his father's secret police, persecuted. So that's not a good way to go. And I do believe at this point, I do believe the people of Iran need to rise up. This is coming from the NCRI U.S. Rep Office. Mrs. Miriam Rajavi. Now Khomeini must go. The Iranian people welcome the end of the war and seek peace and freedom. Khomeini is responsible for an unpatriotic project that, in addition to costing countless lives, has cost the Iranian people at least $2 trillion. And now it has all gone up in smoke. Mrs. Rajavi once again emphasized the third option. Not to appeasement, no to war, yes to regime change. Changing the religious dictatorship by the Iranian people and the Iranian resistance. Forward toward a free Iran and democratic non-nuclear republic with a separation of religion and state and gender equality. Now, once again, the people of this country are going to have to decide. And I think Trump wanted the people of Iran to know that we are behind you if you decided to change leadership, to elect a new leader. And think about it. Trump, in a post, said, make Iran great again. And the Justice Cometh pointed something out which is very, very interesting. When Trump put that post out saying MIGA, M-I-G-A, make Iran great again, we already had that back from post 3002. This was March 7, 2019. An individual holding up a sign said, MIGA plus MAGA. How did Q know? Think about that for a second. Very, very interesting. And Trump, he put out another post on Truth, and he said the following: monumental damage was done to all nuclear sites in Iran, as shown by satellite images. Obliteration is an accurate term. The white structure shown is deeply embedded into the rock, with even its roof well below ground level and completely shielded from flame. The biggest damage took place far below ground level. Bullseye. Brad Zerbo responded to this post and said, Q implied Iran was a deep state proxy over and over. In fact, it's one of the main things early on that was hammered home. Trump said on the campaign trail that he was going to obliterate the deep state. This is the first time since being elected, to the best of my recollection, that he claimed to obliterate something. Twice he used obliterate in the press conference too. Trump has also shared the hunted becomes the hunter and trust the plan. He's telling us what this strike is, and it's not what the mainstream media wants you to believe it is. He obliterated the deep state players in Iran. That's exactly what he did. And think about it. He took the path of peace through strength. And think about what peace through strength really means, because again, he's going to use this again. So peace through strength is a political and military philosophy that suggests the best way to preserve peace is by being strong, especially militarily, so that potential adversaries are deterred from aggression. The concept dates back to Roman times. If you want peace, prepare for war. In modern American politics, it was popularized by Reagan during the Cold War. He used it to justify a strong national defense to deter Soviet aggression. A powerful military and a resolute foreign policy discourage enemies from initiating conflict because the consequences would be too severe. And if you look at Sun Tzu Art of War and Art of the Deal, Trump uses this over and over and over. So let's look at Sun Tzu Art of the War. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Donald Trump, The Art of the Deal. The best thing you can do is deal from strength, and leverage is the biggest strength you can have. So Trump, he needed to show the world that the U.S. were strong. If you hit us, if you do anything, you'll be annihilated. He did that. He showed the world, he showed everyone. Now he's dealing from the position of strength. From the position of strength, he can usher in peace. And that is what he's doing now. He put this out on Truth. He said, congratulations, world. It's time for peace. And that's exactly what we're going to see. And if you notice, he's removing piece by piece what the deep state had. And as he does this, the deep state is becoming weaker and weaker and weaker. And soon Trump is going to have all the leverage he needs. And he's doing this, if you notice, right before the midterms, because I do believe that is the last part of it. The last part is to get the people, all the people on his side, the majority of the people on his side, to vote all of these people out. And yes, the elections will be secure during this period of time, because think about it. Trump is getting a special prosecutor. The evidence now is pouring out how they rigged the system. This is not going to work out well for the deep state players. Cynical Publius put this out and said, in the days ahead, as Democrats adopt the mullahs in Iran as their cause de jure and justification for burning, looting our cities, remember that those same mullahs execute LGBTQ plus people and imprison and sometimes execute women for trying to lead an uncovered life that a woman in the West takes for granted. The Dems come down on the wrong side of everything. Absolutely. And you can see there are certain individuals within the MAGA movement, at a moment's notice, they turn on Trump, which is unbelievable. which means these are fake MAGA people. And Trump, a lot of the times, does these things so he could see the board very, very clearly. Because, again, just because he does one thing and certain people show him who they truly are, it doesn't mean that everyone else is for him. Because, once again, when something else comes up, you can test the people again and again and again. And it might have to do with big pharma. It might have to do with war. It might have to do with all these things. But again, if you're truly with this president, if you truly believe that he's a patriot and he's returning the power to the people and doing everything in our best interests, yes, you can question things, but you would trust in what he's doing. And I think most of the people now are seeing this, and they're starting to see who they can trust online or in DC and other places, and who they don't trust anymore, which is very, very interesting. And Trump now has set his sights on Congressman Thomas Massie. This is what he put out yesterday. Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky is not MAGA, even though he likes to say he is. Actually, MAGA doesn't want him, doesn't know him, doesn't respect him. He's a negative force who almost always votes no matter how good something may be. He's simple-minded grandstander who thinks it's good politics for Iran to have the highest level nuclear weapon, while at the same time even took over the American embassy in Tehran under the Carter administration. We had a spectacular military success yesterday, taking the bomb right out of their hands, and they would use it if they could. But as usual, and despite all the praise and accolades received, this lightweight congressman is against what was so brilliantly achieved last night in Iran. Massie is weak, ineffective, and votes no on virtually everything put before him. Rand Paul Jr., no matter how good something may be, he is disrespectful to our great military and all they stand for, not even acknowledging their brilliance and bravery in yesterday's attack, which was a total and complete win. Massie should drop his fake act and start putting America first, but he doesn't know how to get there. He doesn't have a clue. He'll undoubtedly vote against the great big beautiful bill, even though non-passage means 68% tax increase for everybody, and many things far worse than that. MAGA should drop this pathetic loser that we will have a wonderful American patriot running against him in the Republican primary and will be out in Kentucky campaigning really hard. MAGA is not about lazy grandstanding, non-productive politicians, of which Thomas Massie is definitely one. Thank you to our incredible military for an amazing job they did last night. It was really special. Make America great again. Then he responded to his own post and said, get this bum out of office ASAP. And again, this goes back to the midterms. Trump now is showing everyone in this country who's with the Patriots and who is really against them. And every step of the way, you can see who these people are. And it's going to get worse and worse for these people. Because remember, if we're going to have total control, if we're going to bring these people to justice, we need to remove these individuals that are not producing anything in Congress. They're not working for the best interest of we the people. And this is most of the D's and a lot of the rhinos and people that are pretending to be MAGA, of course. And I do believe that as Trump continually points these people out moving forward, the people of this country are going to realize it's time to let these people go. A lot of these people have been in office for a very long time. And when you look back in time, have they actually done anything to really help this country? Remember, we're talking about taking the country back. We're talking about ending the wars, ending everything the deep state has put into place, ending the terrorism that they've forced upon us. Remember, all these terrorists that you see, this is coming from the deep state intelligence players. They're the ones who created this, because we have to remember, their entire motive was to actually have you give away your rights. And the only way to do this is to push fear. They knew they couldn't get rid of the Constitution. So every step of the way, they had to push fear. And that's what they did. They figured it out. If we use terrorism, this will make people give up their rights. Oh, wait, you could be searched at the airport. You could be searched at any stadium. You could be searched anywhere. You just gave up your right. Oh, wait, we could take your weapons away because there's mass shootings. We can put all these gun control laws into place. You just gave up your rights. Oh, look, people are saying hateful things on social media. We can now censor people. You just gave up your right. you must do what we say. You're not free to do whatever you want. And you must do what we say to live in society. You just gave up your right. This is what they're trying to do every step of the way. And everything that you've seen over the last many, many, many years, it was because of them. They created the terrorists. They did all of this to you. Now Trump is removing all of this. And now he's going to show you a completely different world, a world without the deep state, a world without the fear that they've been pushing, a world which is going to be very, very different. And I do believe in the end, when we take back the House and we take back the Senate, we're going to see accountability because, again, this is peace through strength. Trump loves leverage. You make your enemy as weak as possible, and when they're weak as possible,
trust the plan. Nothing can stop what's coming. I was the hunted. Now I'm the hunter. President Trump, Truth Social, Friday, June 20th, 2025, just before Trump ordered bombing of Iran nuclear facilities. Imminent 3-day event, global emergency broadcast system activation, 10 days of communication darkness, global martial law, 8 billion people and all banks across the globe to do a global currency reset. Jassar Nassar implementation, Mr. Poole on Telegram, Saturday, June 21st, 2025. Judy note, yes, on Sunday, June 22nd, headlines across the world resounded with President Trump's bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities, a mission to save the world from nuclear World War III, though at the same time Trump was secretly executing another, perhaps even more important mission beneath the Earth's surface that has yet to make the headlines. What we think we know as of Sunday, June 22nd. Friday, June 20th, nuclear codes fired. Trump activates live war protocol. QFS locked. Operation Phoenix engaged. Media silent. Julian Assange on Telegram. On Friday, June 20th, the full activation of the quantum financial system backed by gold and real assets is in motion. The world stands on the edge of a 48-hour blackout tied to wealth redistribution, followed by 10 days of global communication darkness. During this window, mass arrests will be completed in dozens of nations. Tribunals will be prepared for broadcast, and humanity will begin its transition into the new Earth paradigm. Quantum financial system on Telegram. Friday, July 4th, worldwide emergency alert, EBS on Telegram. U.S. military stationed in 360 cities anticipating a Supreme Court announcement on the Brunson voter fraud case, which would dissolve Congress in the Biden administration. U.S. military and D.C. police preparing to evacuate Washington, D.C. The Global Military Alliance arresting and holding military tribunals on over 500,000 deep state cabal, political, and global elites. CIA, FBI, Homeland Security, Biden, and Democratic Party suspected connected to attempted Trump assassinations. Sometime between Saturday, June 21st and Monday, June 23rd, the 10 days of darkness was expected to begin through the secure Starlink satellite system. All traditional media will go offline. 24/7 documentaries will begin to broadcast globally via the emergency broadcast system, detailing the takedown of the cabal, the fall of the fiat USD, and the rise of sovereign freedom for all 209 Jassara-compliant nations. And within that 10-day EVS broadcast, global financial crimes will be exposed. Vatican money laundering rings will be mapped. Secret CIA-operated satellite nodes will be named and disabled. The origin of media brainwashing fully disclosed. False flag operations from the last 20 years verified and admitted, and Project Mockingbird and the blackmail matrix revealed. Nassara Jassara on Telegram. Global financial crisis. On Monday, July 7th, the vaults are opening. Jassara Nassara QFS on Telegram. Ancient financial instruments are surfacing. Bearer bonds, gold certificates, Vatican-issued debt notes dating back to World War II. They were never meant to be seen again. Now they are evidence. What's happening? Deep storage vaults in the Philippines, Indonesia, and Switzerland, unsealed under military oversight. Documents proving global war funding networks, central bank creation deals, and secret gold leasing agreements. Archives linking monarchs, banking dynasties, and intelligence agencies to a hidden system of perpetual debt slavery. This is the true reset. The quantum financial system is not just digital, it is historical. It corrects centuries of engineered poverty and silent theft. Coming next, public declassification of seized historical bonds, tribunal hearings to expose Vatican Crown-Fed collusion, and global reconciliation process for nations robbed through debt trickery. Wars and rumors of wars. Friday, June 20th, 9th Circuit Court of Appeals rules 3-0, allowing President Trump to retain control of California National Guard. Friday, June 20th, we have a link at X. Dear Americans, I am a Palestinian Christian. Iran has done nothing but treat us with honor and respect. The true enemy of Christianity is Israel. They drove my family out of their homes. Don't trust your mainstream media. This is Iran, the saviors of Christianity. And Friday, June 20th, Fox News, President Trump is seriously considering a U.S. strike on Iran's nuclear facilities, particularly the Fordow plant. We know that happened last night, which is built into a mountain, per reports. President Trump has just convened his National Security Council in the Situation Room and are meeting with them to determine the plan as we speak. Apparently, the only option to knock out Fordow is dropping a bunker buster from a B-2 Spirit, which only the U.S. has. Pray for our troops. Friday, June 20th, Iran has fired a new wave of missile strikes at Israel, which serves around 1 million residents. And Thursday, June 20th, Trump walked out of a G7 meeting, ordered Tehran evacuated, and launched a final strike on Iran. Within a few hours, the new president of Iran, Prince Reza Pahlavi, announced on TV the Islamic Republic is over and on the verge of collapse. It's time for a new Iran.
The target is an unsanctioned uranium enrichment plant built in violation of a multilateral NATO treaty. The uranium produced there represents a direct threat to our allies in the region. The Pentagon has tasked us with assembling a strike team and taking it out before it becomes fully operational. The plant sits in an underground bunker at the end of this valley.
Friday, June 20th, Trump discusses the Iran-Israel situation, and there's a link on X. Saturday, June 21st, the Military Commissions Act. Military tribunals go live. Special ops, the hunt is on. Friday, June 20th, War Command update. Breaking. Seconds from disaster, Trump moves the doomsday plane. China and Russia enter shadow war stage. June 20th, AMG News. Friday, June 20th, Trump's truth bombs detonate across America. I was the hunted, now I'm the hunter. Intel Operation enters kill phase. And Friday, June 20th, Bilderberg authorizes false flag on U.S. soil. It's not coincidence, it's choreography. This is not a war, it's a reset by fire. Trump has not made a decision yet. He says he'll decide within 2 weeks whether the U.S. gets involved. Right now, U.S. military assets are moving into place just in case. And just a quick update, we know last night that they did go in and bomb nuclear sites in Iran. Israeli officials have also warned that the country's air defense systems, including interceptors for Iron Dome and David's Sling, are being depleted. Without resupply from the U.S., some systems could start running short within days if the missile barrages continue at this pace.
Are we now at war with Iran?
No, we're not. This is not a war against Iran. This is very simple. 67 days ago, the President of the United States sent the Iranians a letter, and it said, you're not going to have nuclear weapons. You're not going to have a militarized nuclear program. Let's negotiate. I want to do this diplomatically. I want to do this peacefully. They tried to play him along the way they've played every American president for the last 35 years. And, the president told them, if we don't get a deal, which is what he wanted, then I'll have to handle it differently. And that's what he did last night. He handled it differently. But that was an Iranian choice. We didn't make that choice. They did. By playing games with Donald Trump, they made a huge mistake. And President Trump acted last night. And I think the world today is safer and more stable than it was 24 hours ago. And a bunch of these countries putting out statements condemning us, privately, they all agree with us that this needed to be done. They got to do what they got to do for, their own public relations purposes. But the only people in the world that are unhappy about what happened in Iran last night is the regime.
Friday, June 20th, nuclear codes fired. Trump activates live war protocol as deep state flees. QFS locked, Operation Phoenix engaged, and media silent. Julian Assange on Telegram. The illusion is over. On June 14th, U.S. Air Force transmitted a 246-character emergency action message, the longest in recorded history. It wasn't a test, it was a live nuclear-level command code. The media said nothing. Why? Because this was Trump's continuity of government firing the starting shot. More EAMs followed June 15th and 17th, each triggered after deep state proxies struck. China jamming Taiwan, Iran launching a hypersonic missile, Russia deploying Arctic subs. This is war, silent, coded, and real. Trump never left. The real U.S. government has been operating under Article 21 COG protocol since the 2020 coup. Biden's handlers are actors. The real chain of command, military, strategic, economic, is under Trump and his White Hat alliance. The EAMs authorized nuclear SSBN activation near Norway. Stealth bombers repositioned across the Pacific. QFS locked down on all elite financial backdoors. Operation Phoenix is live. The quantum financial system vault was sealed. Gold prices spiked. Wall Street panicked. Checksum defenses triggered 5 halts. Not accidents, warnings. Meanwhile, Cheyenne Mountain sealed. Afut AFB nuclear teams restricted. Groom Lake activated plasma window shielding. Starlink X tracking EMP threats. The fake regime is vanishing. Biden last seen June 9th. Kamala vanished after bizarre PR stunt. Congress is on recess. We know better. The cabal is evacuating. Schwab cancels Davos. Fink dumps BlackRock. Lagarde flees Brussels. Vanguard funnels billions into military contractors. This is not business, it's escape. Weather weapons are active, HAARP patterns detected, Midwest floods, Gulf Stream chaos. They're not trying to starve us while the sky hums, the vault is sealed. Trump is in command. Expect a final EAM exceeding 300 characters. QFS will control every transaction permanently. Prepare, stock food, charge off grid, comms, trust no broadcast unless it's Starlink X. What's next? False flag EMPs, engineered plagues, deep state terror. But we're ready. We saw the fraud. The real news for Saturday, June the 21st, 2025. Friday, June 20th. Confirmed. Democrats. Soros groups are staging violent riots nationwide in attempts to draw out federal agents for a massive. Alex Jones on Telegram. We don't have a Congress anymore. We have a cartel. A legalized taxpayer-funded cartel cloaked in tradition and soaked in insider knowledge. They gamble with your future, profit on your losses, and call it public service. Congress is a full-blown criminal syndicate operating under the guise of democracy, a network of power brokers exploiting the American people in broad daylight.